Boy! Thank you for the resub for 27 months. Thank you very much. You're fine? Ready for some more drama? Oh no, I didn't turn off my HDD. Should I turn it off now? Yeah. Whoops. Headphone warning. I'm so full. I ate too much at dinner. My dinner was just baked sweet potatoes. That very afternoon, I headed to that orphanage, the Mahiru Children's Center. It is good. The facility was even further west than Azusa's apartment, where Takaya's accident occurred, specifically at the border to Zushi City. From what I saw online, the name was transferred from the old orphanage in Sumisara and named after a kindergarten principal who founded the newer facility.
Takaya-sanの弟さん、目の雰囲気が似ていますね。
There was a female teacher with a ponytail and a male teacher with a rounded face out in the yard. The female teacher came over to talk to me. The male teacher was in the sandbox, making sand heels with some well-behaved seeming little kids. Children of varying ages and genders were playing and having fun together across the yard. Takaya had likely seen a similar sight.
子供に好かれる方でしたね。Takayaさんが来ると、みんなわーって集まって。
Apparently they didn't have a male teacher on staff at the children's center for quite some time, and they hired Tsuigendo to perform manual labor whenever they needed it. The children's center never had any surplus in their budget. Once the round-faced teacher, surrounded by schoolgirls in the sandbox, came on board, they had stopped asking for Tsuigendo's help. However, Takaya continued stopping by to play with the kids as a pretext to check on the pipes and the like in his free time. That sounded like something my brother would do.
お電話では、Takayaさんについて知りたいとおっしゃってましたけど、何をお話しすれば？
Are there any children here who talk to my brother often? I got straight to the point. I had a flash of inspiration inside of me the second I saw that postcard addressed to Takaya. Then when I looked up the address of this children's center online, that flash only fueled my conviction. Wasn't this the place that had brought Takaya and Azusa together? This place was close to Azusa's apartment. This place wasn't far from where Takaya's accident occurred. Not that day, the day of the accident. Wasn't this where Takaya was driving to?
よく話す子ね。みんな仲良しだったからな。
The female teacher nestled her jaw in her palm and appeared deep in thought. I waited with bated breath for the name Asusa to come out of her mouth. That was when the teacher in the sandbox looked up. He seemed to have heard our discussion.
ルナちゃんじゃないですか？一番高谷くんに懐いていたのは。
Luna-chan?
あ、ルナちゃん、確かに。
ルナちゃん、さっき図書室で絵本読んでましたよ。
ちょうどいいわ。読んできますね。
No. The ponytail teacher stood up and shouted out to the kindergartners without waiting for my response.
はーい。年少さんはお昼寝。年長さんはお勉強の時間ですよ。はーい。
The children streamed back inside the building.
ここにいてください。断られたりはないと思うけど。
Sure. After they made sure there were no more children lingering in the yard, the teachers followed after them into the building. I could hear the children clattering around for a short while, but it eventually quieted down. I was left alone in the yard. Looks like I was wrong. I let out that pathetic remark. To be honest, I had gotten my hopes up that I might have gotten my hands on another clue. Something nice and decisive, like that Asusa had come from this children's center, and that was where she'd gotten to know Takaya. Well, she still could. If she's 18, she would have gotten out. Maybe a side to Takaya I had never seen before would come to light. However, it seemed that Takaya who visited the children's center was the same one I knew. Luna-chan, huh? They said she was reading picture books, which suggested she was in kindergarten or elementary school. Not much hope to be had there. Is this your way of saying I won't spill my secrets that easily, brother? Even so, I had no intention of giving up. This did, however, mark my second consecutive defeat between this and Takaya's room. There was no avoiding feeling depressed. I heard footsteps and lifted my head. Asusa?
そろそろ来るかもって思ってた。
Asusa took a seat and looked toward me as she spoke.
うさぎって書いてルナ。里見ルナ。
Huh?
典型的なキラキラネームってやつ。一度だってまともに読まれたことない。
That's a trophy.
こういうの好きな人もいるけど、私は嫌い。
Trophy number 2 of this game.
大嫌い。大嫌いな母親が押し付けた大嫌いな名前だから、子供園を出るときに改名したの。今は里見あずさ。正真正銘私の本名。知ってた？変えられるんだよ、名前って。理由がちゃんとしてればね。何？なんか文句あんの
？Noise. No, sorry. It's just a lot to take in is all. I told Asusa how I honestly felt while she glared at me.
そっか。
Asusa didn't look astounded at all. She just silently strolled around. Asusa, you lived here, right?
母親が失踪してここに預けられたの。9年前。父親は知らない。
See.
そんな顔しないで。
Huh? My head was spinning from the sudden influx of information, and I had no idea what sort of face I was making.
先に言っておくけど、遠慮とか同情とかしないで。余計に情けなくなるから。いい？
It certainly sounded like something she would say, and I felt calmer for it. Sure, I understand. Asusa's former name had been Luna. and Luna was close with Takaya. It appeared I was right that this children's center was Azusa and Takaya's initial point of contact.
先生たちはまだ私をルナって呼ぶの。まあ今更だからいいんだけど。
Her former name Luna was written with a kanji for bunny. It sounded like a cute and tasteful name to me, but it must have come with some hardship. Only the person saddled with a name would understand. Probably best not to bring the name up at all.
あんたはどうして来たわけ？
Thinking about it now, it was basically exposing Azusa's private life. Sorry.
なんで謝んの？
Almost like I forced my way into your home.
それは別にいい。驚いたけど、それだけ。最初はあんたの全部が気に入らなかったけど。
It's quite a thing to say.
今は少しだけ分かったから。
Pieced what together?
あんたが変なことしてるときはいつだって誰かのためなんだってこと。
I'd rather keep this. Oh, there was a trophy, right? I assume that's a compliment?
どうだかね。で、どうして来たわけ？
Well, you're not going to like the answer.
高谷の仕事のことでしょ。言わなくたってわかるし。
Makes sense.
言ったよね。あんたは高谷の代わりになんかなれないって。
I heard you, and I agree that I can't.
だったら。
I felt like I had to do this when I saw Chihaya and Hinata. They had given us a general explanation of the Shrimpy Channel incident over Choco.
そうだったんだ。大変だったね。でもあんたは。
I can't take Take's place. I've given it some thought though.
何が？
So, would you give me a work request? I can't take my brother's place, so I can't take over his job. So I, Junya Mizumoto, would like to form a new contract with you, Satomi Asusa. What do you think? Asusa stared at me vacantly for a brief moment. But the suspicious look in her eyes came back shortly thereafter.
それ、結局同じことじゃない。
You think so too?
そうでしょ。
I see. How disappointing. I tried really hard to come up with that idea too.
そもそも私払えるお金ないし、奨学金とバイト代でギリギリ生活してるんだから。
You don't need to worry about that since I wasn't going to ask for it. This is my way of saying thank you.
お礼されるようなことしてないし。
That's not true. Hinata and Chihaya managed to reconcile because of you. I figured out who Shrimpy was because you told me about Hinata. It gave me shivers to think about what might have happened if I hadn't gone to look for those two. Please let me show you my appreciation.
教えたって。それにさ、今の話って私があんたに協力したお礼に私があんたに協力してあげるってことになってない？仕事をしたいのは私じゃなくてあんたなわけだし。
Oh? Is that how it would work out?
なんか都合が良すぎると思う。
That's true. Disappointment, round 2. As much as I had wanted to help Azusa, all this would have accomplished was to satisfy my own needs. Nothing was going like I had hoped. Perhaps that's what was written in the stars for me today.
そんな顔しないでってば。私がいじめてるみたいじゃん。
My depression must have shown on my face even though I haven't been aware of it myself.
そうだな。
Azusa gazed around the deserted yard for a second, then softly spoke.
エビーちゃんの動画見た？後編のルザック出てくるやつ。
I did. Those parfaits came out looking delicious.
思ったより綺麗に作れてた。じゃなくて、あれからパフェ3つ一緒に頼むお客さん増えたの。エビーちゃん効果あったみたい。
Isn't that a good thing?
そうでもない。言ったよね、パフェって作るの大変なの。だから厨房は毎日大忙し。私だけじゃなくてルザックのバイトがみんな。お店にとってはいいことかもだけど、バイトの時給は変わらないし。
It made sense. There were advantages and disadvantages to a sudden burst in popularity. That sound rough.
そうなの、大変なの。全部あんたのせいだから。
What?
あんたに関わったせいで私もバイト仲間も迷惑してる。
That's obviously...
だから迷惑料ってことにする。
Azusa cut my thought short and said that. Owe you for the trouble.
あんたが私に迷惑かけたことの迷惑料、責任取ってよ。
I see, so that's what this was. Azusa had come up with an excuse for my sake. Got it. Tell me if there's anything I can do for you to apologize for the trouble. You won't need to pay me, of course. I want to repay you for the trouble I've caused. Azusa nodded, as if to tell me, well done. Negotiations seem to have concluded.
じゃあ言うけど、高谷には探してもらってたの。それをあんたに探してもらう迷惑料として。
Finding lost items is Suigendo's specialty. What are you looking for?
物っていうか場所かな。
Azusa took a short breath, then looked up at me.
高谷には星空の部屋を探してもらってたの。
The title of the game? The Starry Sky Room. The job Asusa had commissioned Takaya for was to find this lost room. After I heard Asusa out, I decided to head straight to the old estate, to strike while the iron is hot, as it were. Asusa decided to tag along. She was apparently done with helping out at the children's center and claimed to have had time to spare. Let's go. Chihaya is going to meet us inside. When I had gotten in touch with Chihaya to borrow the key, she seemed to have taken an interest in Asusa's story, and we decided to all search the old estate together. Takaya had frequently visited the old estate shortly before his accident, thus Mori had kept it a secret. Had Takaya been at the old estate searching for the Starry Sky Room? I had no basis for this, but I was curious. Could the conspiracy be different? Wait! Could the conspiracy be the same? Been on for 26 minutes? Yes, the usual? No, what is what? Could she be Chihaya's sister? The entire town is in on it? She could be Chihaya's sister, and to cover it up, Chihaya's dad had my brother killed. because it's an out-of-marriage child. Is there a Memories Off wiki? Oh, there is. That's kind of surprising. How's it going, Melty? This is a series of Japanese romance visual novel video games released by Kid. First game in the series, simply called from the same name. It was released in 1999 for the PlayStation. Future titles have been released on PC as well as video and handheld gaming consoles such as PlayStation 2, Dreamcast, Windows 1, PlayStation Portable. Other OVAs though. The bankruptcy of Kid in 2006, development of Memories Off 5 was cancelled. It also marked a temporary halt in the development of this game series. However, after Cyberfront took over the brand, development resumed and Memories Off 5 was released in 2007. However, as of November 30, 2007, 5PB Games have acquired exclusive rights of the series from Cyberfront, and all future development of the series will be handled by 5PB Games, which is the case for this one. Oh shit. That's a lot of games. 9 main titles, 5 spin-offs, and 7 other, which is where this one is inserted. Wait, is Aino-chan's surname Hursiainen? Hursiainen Aino? I have never seen any of that. Oh, so this is the connection between the games. The guy with the cafe is in all the games, or most of the games. Interesting. Oh, that's good to know. the more you know, right? But yeah, maybe she's an illegitimate child, and our brother got killed to cover it up. Politicians, am I right? When I brought this idea up at the time we left the Children's Center, Asusa jumped at it. What did I do? That the Starry Sky could be in the estate. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's related to the Starry Sky room you're looking for though. You must be a little curious, right? I'm heading over there now.
ねえ、ついて行ってもいい？私も。
I said as much earlier, but they may be unrelated.
気にしない。どうせ暇だから。それに嫌いじゃないから、あの家。なんか気持ちが落ち着くの。あそこにいると。
The weather report had been unusually off, and gray clouds rolled in as we made our way to the old estate. There was a chance of rain. Well, I doubt we'd stay for too long. Azusa was acting rather restless as she headed toward the old estate. That was probably only natural, considering that through Takaya she had learned of a connection between the old estate and what she was searching for. Chihaya was leaning against the side gate and waved her hands broadly when she noticed us. Sorry for the wait, you could have gone in ahead of us. That's odd. Chihaya pointed to the closed side gate. Oh yeah. The key to the side entrance had yet to be found, and I had been climbing over the edges to open it every time we worked on the property. It had been a while since I'd come to the old estate due to the controversy with Hinata, so it had completely slipped my mind. I'm not going to wind up clambering over this every single time we open the cafe for business, right? I reached up to the top of the edge as I felt her smile against my back. I used to worry about whether I would wreck the hedges, so it had taken me some time to climb them. But I had obviously gotten used to it. I wasn't sure whether I had gotten the hang of it, or if I had simply stopped caring. Yeah, fuck the edges. Please come inside. Azusa stared absent-mindedly at the path we had just walked.
ここに高谷が。そういえば去年の春に千早様と旧宅に伺った時、あの車が通りに止まっているのを何度か見ました。
It was the old estate that often?
4回か5回くらいだったと思います。
Chihaya stood near Asusa and pointed toward the end of the road.
そこに水源堂さんの車が止まっていたの。私も何度か見た。そっか。
You should head inside. It looks like it's going to rain. He pointed toward the darkening clouds and Chihaya nodded.
あずさ、入って。
I heard a quiet rumble far off in the distance as we headed for the front door. I should have borrowed an umbrella at the Children's Center.
置き傘あったと思うな。今で待ってて。お茶入れてくる。
I'll help. Asusa. When I turned around, Azusa was still outside of the front door, staring vacantly out at the yard. I mean, would you call it vacantly or restlessly? Maybe oddly tense would cover it? Azusa?
え、何？
Nothing, really.
早く入って。星空の部屋のこと、私も聞きたいんだから。
Azusa walked through the front door and sat down long enough in the entryway to remove her shoes. Just before she closed the sliding door, I heard a louder thunderclap than earlier. Rain seemed imminent. We gathered around the reception table in the living room, and Azusa began to talk at Chihaya's urging.
何から話せばいいのかな。
Anywhere is fine, whatever order things come to mind.
私ね、小さい頃のこと全然覚えてないの。覚えてるのは母親が蒸発して子供園に預けられてからのことだけ。多分それより前は嫌なことしかなかったから忘れちゃったんだと思う。そんな顔しないでってば。
No, I didn't mean to. I tried to maintain my composure as much as possible, since I knew Asusa didn't want to be pitied. Even now, it didn't seem like she was forcing herself to remain calm, and was simply talking about her past. However, I couldn't help but to think some huge conflict must have happened before she reached this point, and that thought must have shown on my face.
でもまあ、高谷も同じだったかな。
My brother?
誰かのことを思ってるとすぐに顔に出ちゃう。そのくせ自分のことは全然気にしないの。確かに純也そっくりね。
It's not like I can help it, we're siblings. Even as I said it, it was kind of a strange feeling. I thought Takaya was the type to handle those sorts of things with ease. At the very least, he hadn't seemed inept like I was. I consider Takaya someone consistently composed, somewhat easily elated, and reliable. Oh, now it made sense. He had tried to be the dependable big brother when he was with me.
さっきも言ったけど、私にとっては昔の話だから同情とかしないで。あんたもね、分かった？分かった。
Seemingly satisfied, Azusa continued her explanation.
昔のことは全部忘れてる。でも一つだけ覚えてるものがある。ぼんやりとした風景なんだけど。それが星空の部屋？そう、星空の部屋。すごく小さい頃の記憶。3歳とかもっと下なのかも。私は部屋の中にいて天井を見上げてる。天井には星空が広がってる。部屋には私とおじいさんと女の子がいた。星空があんまり綺麗でみんなで笑ってた。部屋も心もとても暖かかった。
Her voice was as indifferent as always, but I could sense the tenderness to her words.
覚えてるのはこれだけ。おじいさんと女の子。正直言って本当の記憶なのかもわかんない。テレビで見たとか本で読んだとかかもしれない。でも高谷に話したら探してみるって言ってくれたの。忘れなかったのならそれは幸せな思い出だろうからって。
I see. My brother had definitely been legitimately searching for the Starry Sky room in Asusa's memory.
それで高谷さんはここに来ていた。ここに星空の部屋があるってこと？
Is it?
知ってたらとっくに教えてる。
Well, yeah, I'm sure she would have. Asusa, do you remember this house at all?
ないと思う。前に大掃除した時、部屋は全部見てる。星空の部屋なんかなかった。
I haven't seen a room like that either. If it's the case, what reason would Takaya have for coming here? It's entirely possible Takaya had come here for a reason unrelated to Asusa's job request. Still, this old man and girl caught my attention. The old man being Chihaya's grandfather, Tadamichi Ojo-san, the owner of the old estate.
そうね。よし。
That said, Chihaya stood up.
ひとまずぐるっと見てみましょうか。
We went through each of the rooms of the old estate in search of the Starry Sky room. Although there was no way we wouldn't have noticed the room with the starry sky spread across its ceiling during the big cleanup. I was sure Chihaya was deliberately looking all around just to make sure. Asusa also quietly followed. When we finished our search of the first floor and were about to go up to the second, the sight I'd witnessed during the cleanup suddenly came back to my mind. Oh yeah, you were standing right over there before, weren't you, Asusa? Yeah, it did look that way to me. On the second day of the cleanup, I had seen Asusa in the hallway of the second floor. She had put her hand on the hallway's wall, gazing vacantly. That was how she'd appeared to me. Hey, Tro. How's it going?
あんたが声かけてきたのは覚えてるけど。
Well, it looks like there are, like, light particles coming through the window. Asusa didn't seem to have any recollection of it, at least. Maybe she was simply leaning against the wall, but the motion seemed far too subconscious. Dust, pollen, rain. Doing good, a bit of a food coma. Me too. What's yours? I just had a boatload of baked potatoes for dinner. Fries and macaroons? Holy shit. What's on the other side of that wall?
客間の押し入れかな。布団と座布団しか入ってないけど。大掃除の時、純也が中のもの全部出してくれたじゃない。
Fried macaroons? Fried macaroons? We talking the cakes, right? The little French cakes? Pastries? Why would you fry that? Who would fry a pastry? Why would you fry a pastry? Because you're American? They weren't frightened Melty's making a goof? I thought Melty was suggesting it. I wasn't saying yours were. I thought Melty was saying that it's a good thing. We fry everything? You should dip it in cheese first. Then fry it. Then die. I'm sure you could find them somewhere, to be honest. Yeah, I'm sure. So, have we seen the Phil Spencer interview? Our boy, yeah. Arrogance, did you see my message? Don't platform exports, not in this political climate. I keep forgetting you can pass on the code, thank you though. Okay. Do any of you nerds have an European PlayStation account? A European PlayStation account. Looks like something I'd mess with for a bit to see the systems, not my style. Didn't like the Patapon/Castle Storm feel. Yeah, I thought you could enjoy it. Non-platform Europeans? Okay, Ruben gets the game then. Ruben, I sent you a PlayStation game. On Discord. You're welcome. Phil Spencer. So basically the news are all Xbox handheld is confirmed, but the real news is he basically said no more exclusives, which we kind of were suspecting, but it's good to have it. It's good to have it a little clearer. GG's done it again. Which means everything from now on will be exclusive, because he's always lying, right? I believe that's how it is. Breaking down barriers because he failed so hard there was no other options. Yep. And they're still looking to expand, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy. He basically said something like we want to be present in markets where we're not present, like, because Because people think of US when they think of Microsoft, and then you think back to Tango and you're like, huh, right. Gonna see how Call of Duty does for them overall picture. So far it seems it hasn't moved the needle that much. Sales on PlayStation are very much higher than last year's Call of Duty was on PlayStation. So this Call of Duty is doing great, but it's doing great on PlayStation. I did remember that, naturally there hadn't been any Starry Sky depicted on the ceiling.
やっぱりこの家は関係ないのかな。
Sorry.
だからそんな顔すんなってば。あんたは気にしなくていいの。
Azusa, thank you. But words of consolation permeated into my heart.
あんたには最初から期待とかしてないから。結果が出なくても大丈夫。
Those are not dust particles. We just had a thorough cleaning of this house.
あんただってその方が気が楽でしょ。
Thank you. Who's consoling me, right? We returned to the living room after searching the second floor and coming up empty-handed.
あら、外真っ暗。
Let's not give it up. I think we're really close to this. You redeemed it? Well, we were so focused on checking out the ceilings that we hadn't noticed a change outside. It's still not even 5 o'clock. There was a sharp echo and a slightly delayed flash of light flickered through the room. Soon enough, the entire living room was enveloped in the rattle of water. It was rain.
降り出しちゃったね。
Chihaya peeked out at the yard through the window as I reached for the room's light switch. A sudden downpour, maybe. I hope it lets up soon.
ゲリラ豪雨じゃなくて夕立。綺麗な言葉を使いなさい。
Sure. Azusa, let's stay here until the rain stops. I turned around, but there was nobody there. Azusa?
ね、ジーヤ、あそこ。
Chihaya softly pointed to a corner of the room. She afraid of lightning? Azusa was seated next to the grandfather clock with her eyes clamped shut. Azusa?
何？なんかあった？
She was more panicked than she had been when Chihaya hugged her at Risak. I had never seen Azusa like this before. Azusa, are you... Azusa screamed the moment the thunderclap echoed overhead.
あずさ、雷が苦手なの？そうだけど、悪い。そんなこと、苦手なものくらいみんなあるもの。
It's okay that you're afraid of lightning, Azusa. So is my dog. Azusa frantically covered her ears and scrunched herself up into a ball. I could tell even from this distance that she was shivering from head to toe. Chihaya and I shared a look. It was like Chihaya had said, everyone had a thing or two that they were afraid of or couldn't handle well. The degree of fear Azusa was showing seemed to transcend any simple fear of thunder. Chihaya slowly approached Azusa and squatted in place. Asusa sprung at Chihaya and clung to her, her fingers quivering. Chihaya gently patted her head.
大丈夫。そばにいるよ。何にも心配しなくていいから。すぐ通り過ぎちゃうよ。通り過ぎる。そう。待っていれば終わるから。待っていれば終わる。
The second a strikingly loud thunderclap hit, the lightning in the room abruptly went out. Yes. I have a feeling that's exactly what we need to find the room.
大丈夫。すぐ着くから。
It was a power surge, and there was a temporary drop in voltage. The moment lightning hit the power lines, the lines were momentarily uncoupled from the power grid, causing a temporary drop in power that made the lights briefly flicker.
ほら、言った通りでしょ。もう大丈夫だから。
Azusa absent-mindedly looked up at the grandfather clock beside her as she was held in both of Chihaya's arms. Azusa suddenly shook Chihaya off, stood up, and stood straight in front of the grandfather clock.
違う。ここじゃない。これ、もっと左。
Azusa lifted her arm and pointed at the clock in front of her.
動かして。
I didn't understand what she was saying for a moment. Move it. This?
もっと左。動かして。
She wasn't acting like her usual self, and her earlier fear was now gone.
純也、お願い。
Chihaya stood up, nestled up to Azusa, and looked at me. Nodded. There seemed to be a plank or something stuck in between the grandfather clock and the tatami mat, and it moved further than I had expected.
どう？
It's heavy, but it'll move. I lowered my hips and pushed all at once.
Chihaya? Luna?
I knew it. I figured it all out, guys. I am the master of the anime mystery. This doesn't mean shit, it means everything.
うさぎって書いてるの。里見るの。私の名前なんて。
Asusa looked shocked, despite being the one who insisted I move the clock.
私いたの。ここに。
All of a sudden, Asusa shut her eyes and collapsed on the spot. Asusa? It was this dream again. It was the last conversation I had with Takaya.
だから不機嫌なのは飯じゃなくて食わないのか食うけど
I remembered how that hamburger tasted back then. I wasn't unhappy at the time because I didn't know where we were headed, nor because he had treated me like a child. I had wanted my overworked brother to take a break. He didn't have to take me out on a drive.
簡単な仕事があってな。その依頼人にお前にも会わせてみたいと思って。彼女いたんだ。今日の相手は違うって意味だ。お前にできたら教えてやる。
He didn't. I wonder if that was referring to Ichihashi-san. If so, then that day. The moment I tried to speak, a sharp pain raced through the back of my head. What is that? Ah. That's the key to the gate. That's why I always have to jump the gate. I'm sure of it. What was happening? Why was I sitting in the road? Why couldn't I move? Two smashed cars laying in the road, the car I was in, and an unfamiliar one. Takaya was ramming his fist into the window of the unfamiliar car. I couldn't see the person inside from here. I saw something shine by Takaya's feet. I realized the asphalt was wet. It wasn't raining, so why? It was wet with gasoline?
兄貴、やばい。
The car was on fire. Someone had collapsed. It was Takaya.
兄貴、兄貴。何してんだよ、おい。寝てんじゃねえよ。逃げろ。
I tried to stand up, but the dull pain hit my stomach again. Again and again. I had to save Takaya. What?
起きて。いつまで寝てんの？
I think this is what my sister does, not you. When I opened my eyes, I found Asusa standing over me with a foot on my stomach and an apron wrapped around her petite form. What? Asusa? My mind couldn't process information fast enough. First, why was Asusa in my room? Secondly, why was she in an apron?
寝ぼけてんの？あんたが連れてきたんじゃん。
Asusa glared at me and I gradually roused from my slumber. We were in the living room of the old estate that I had been sleeping in, on a row of floor cushions. I get it. We wound up staying the night. Last night, Asusa had slumped down onto the floor after she saw the height marks hidden behind the grandfather clock. What you would call getting weak in the knees, I had panicked, thinking she might faint at first. Now that I thought about it, Asusa had been acting rather strangely on our way from the station to the old estate. She must have been worried that the weather would take a turn for the worse and that there might be a thunderstorm. Not only had her concerns been accurate, she had pointed out and discovered the place her name was written. It was reasonable enough for her to be exceptionally shocked. Asusa had managed to stand back up quickly, but would have been unsteady on her feet without Chihaya's support. The rain outside showed no signs of letting up, and the thunder kept on rumbling. Asusa clenched her eyes shut and shivered whenever she heard the thunder. We assumed it would be impossible to take Asusa outside with us in that condition, and we felt sorry for her more than anything else. So we had decided to spend the night at the old estate. Chihaya and Asusa had spent the night together in the guest room on the second floor. Meanwhile, I laid out some floor cushions in the living room. And that brought us to this morning. Azusa was acting more curt than usual, not to mention stepping on my stomach.
何ジロジロ見てんの？
You seem to be doing better. I was worried.
あんたが気にすることじゃないし。
Was she angry or was she shy? Azusa shifted her foot up and down on my belly, which hurt, basically.
目が覚めたんならお皿運んで働かざる者食うべからず。
What?
いいからとっとと起きて顔洗って台所来て。返事は？
Okay. That's disappointing. I thought the night would make something shine in a way that looked like a starry sky, and that was it. As I washed my face in the bathroom, I remember the dream I'd had. The one I always had. A fragmented dream of what happened with Takaya the day of the accident. Where was Takaya taking me? Was he taking me to the Mahiru Children's Center? I want you to meet someone. That was what he told me. That had to be...
ごちそうさまでした。
Thank you for the meal.
お粗末様でした。
Rice, fried eggs, and shredded cabbage topped with mayonnaise. Why was there food in this house? A Japanese-style breakfast that perfectly matched the ambience of the old estate. Asusa had apparently made all of it. Especially eggs. Chihaya insisted that she had help, but it seemed she had been in charge of getting the plates off the shelf and pouring milk into the cups. Well, I had slept in and only brought the plates from the kitchen to the living room, so I wasn't the one to talk.
卵焼き美味しかった。ふわふわで。マヨネーズを混ぜるとふわふわになるの。
It's absolutely always add mayonnaise to your omelets, and then die at 20 years of age.
そうなんだ。
Even from my perspective, Azusa seemed like an experienced cook.
美味しい朝食をありがとう、あずさ。お礼とかいらない。止めてもらったお返し。借りは作らない。
By the time Chihaya had woken up this morning, Azusa had apparently already been downstairs getting breakfast ready.
それと昨日は迷惑かけたから二人に。
100-pound Japanese girls probably do things a little differently. I don't know. 100 pounds seems like a lot to me. How much is 100? Oh, 45 kilos. Yeah, they can do things there. She's probably not even 100 pounds.
迷惑だなんて。ねえ、純也。
Yeah, neither of us thought that.
料理中のあずさ、キリッとしててね。すっごく可愛かったの。
I hadn't seen Azusa while she was cooking, but she did have a slightly different air to her now that she had up till yesterday.
それにエプロン姿でしょ。ああ、もう可愛い、可愛すぎる。
Chihaya also seemed unusually worked up to me.
どうして外しちゃったの？エプロン。ずっとしてればいいのに。エプロンしたまま食べないし。あと一応言っておくけど、本当はもっとちゃんとした料理できるから。冷蔵庫にこれしかなかっただけだから。
I guess it hadn't been the sort of dish Asusa would typically find acceptable. Personally, I thought all of it was delicious. The omelette really was tasty, maybe even better than Misura's. In the Mizumoto household, Dad and I could both cook in a general sense, but Misura was the best at it. Chihaya gazed at a flushed Azusa with amusement, but her expression soon grew tense.
あずさ、少し話してもいい？昨日のこと。
Azusa's face stiffened, but only for a moment.
気持ちが落ち着かないなら後でもいいんだけど。大丈夫。私も知りたいから。
When she heard Azusa's reply, Chihaya let out a small sigh of relief.
オッケー。ちょっと待ってて。紅茶入れてくる。できんの？包丁の持ち方も知らないのに。
Chihaya must have tried to help her cook. She really didn't have to push herself.
昨日も飲んだでしょ？任せて。紅茶を入れるのは上手なんだから。
As I took a drink of the delicious black tea, I started the conversation by asking Asusa a question. You didn't remember what happened last night. You just noticed something was there, right?
わかんない。
Her eyes traveled to the grandfather clock as she held the teacup in both hands. I imagine they must have both been bothered by it, so I put the grandfather clock back to its original position for the time being, to hide the height marks.
部屋が真っ暗になった時、急に思ったの。柱時計の位置が違う。もっと左だって。もっと左、動かして。
You said the same thing before. Hey Echo, how goes it? Once we moved the clock, we found the remnants of that height chart. Chihaya and Luna. Luna must be you, right, Azusa?
多分、そうだよね。
And it is written with the particular letter that we were discussing. Sleepy, how's this treating you? It's treating me well. I think we're getting to the bottom of this mystery, and so far I think I've been on the right track. Even Azusa seemed to be stumped by what was happening. Regardless, there was the unusual name Luna, combined with the fact she had known about the place it was marked. It was clearly difficult to consider this a coincidence.
千早は私だよね。
There was no other option, but she looked just as stumped. You don't remember?
柱時計の位置、前からあそこだったと思うけど、幼稚園くらいだよね。
Hey Cyan,
あの身
how
長
goes
だ
it?
と。
By the way, both Cyan and Echo said they're good to play some Borderlands, right? Borderlands 1. You did mention a long time ago that you lived here for a brief period.
そうなの。
Yeah, on PS4.
ええ。お母様が病気で実家で静養されることになって預けられていたの。5歳ぐらいの時。
Yeah, I'm just confused if it was both of you or if it was just Echo.
1年くらいかな。お父様が仕事でお忙しい時期だったから私はおじい様と暮らしていたみたい。
Okay. Maybe we can set that up for like around the start of December or something? Have any of you already played it on PS4, or are we starting from scratch? Are we all starting from scratch, is what I mean. You already played it. Okay, good. We're done with work on December 5th. Nice. What I mean, Cyan, is I have to start a new character to get the leveling up trophies. But I do have my PS3 character that I imported that has an infinite shield and a one-hit kill weapon. It would be nice if I could pass that on to you. Or someone. To someone, but in this case to you. So you can basically kill everything with one shot. And be immortal. Yes? Apparently.
その頃のことほとんど覚えてなくて。
Yeah, that would make sense if she was around 4 years old.
あ、そうよ、ウサ。
She high sprung to her feet and headed over to the alcove adorned by her stuffed animal.
預けられた私がホームシックで泣いていた時、おじいさまが買ってくれたそうなの。
I don't think you need to start from scratch. I need to start from scratch because I don't have those those level up trophies. Otherwise, I would just use my PS3 character. You can probably just carry on from where you are. But if we do it 3 people co-op, we can probably breeze through that, and one of us is killing people with one shot. We can probably breeze through that really fast. And as the others level up, we'll all get the one-hit kill. It just sucks that it's a pistol. But it is what it is.
名前はウサ。名前は私が決めたんだって。いつかおじいさまがおっしゃってた。
Didn't she hire herself? Didn't remember that. Huzz's expression clearly wasn't anything positive while she gazed at the stuffed animal. She had told me yesterday that she could read me like an open book, but I felt the same went for her as well. She just didn't smile.
何?
You noticed my eyes on her and this time glared at me. Nothing. I was just wondering if you recognized that stuffed animal.
ないと思う。
It reminded me, Azusa had a rather strange reaction the first time she saw this plushie.
私は好きよ、ウサギ。あなたは？別に昔は嫌いだったけど、今はどうでもいい。
Azusa, you mentioned before that you hate bunnies, right?
昔は嫌いだった。母親がつけた名前が嫌いだったから、ウサギも嫌いだった。
This is sister named Luna, spelled with a kanji for bunny.
名前を変えられたから、今はどうでもいい。好きでも嫌いでもない。
That made sense.
ルナとウサか。何か関係があるのかな。
I could say. We had found a lot of clues last night, if you asked me. Even if you put everything together, the heart of the matter was still a mystery. There were two things that were for certain. First, Chihaya and Luna were here a long time ago, and compare their heights. Second, Chihaya had named the stuffed bunny she had gotten from her grandfather Fun. As of yet, we hadn't connected either of these two together. Why was Azusa even here in the first place?
そんなの私が知りたい。
Yeah, I bet. Is it actually plausible that both of you were living at this house at the same time?
どうかな。あずさが北条家にゆかりがあるなら。北条って住空の政治家一族でしょ。
Well, yeah.
そんなすごい人たちが私とゆかりとかあるわけないじゃん。
She seemed to have formed more than enough of a connection to Chihaya, in my opinion. But I got what she was saying.
それによほど遠縁じゃなければ私が知ってると思うな。
That would make sense. This was apparently nowhere near enough to be a lead yet. Hey, Takaya, isn't this job way too difficult? Wonder if there's anyone who would know what happened back then.
そうね。お父様にも心当たりがないか聞いてみて。
Don't ask your dad. He's gonna kill her. Right, that was an option.
今夜出張から戻られるの。遅くなると思うけど。
I had to assume there was no way Ojo-san wouldn't know about the brief stretch of time his daughter lived here. Setting the Starry Sky room aside, he would probably know about Luna right off the bat.
忘れてた。卵とキャベツ勝手に使っちゃった。何か作るんじゃないの？あれ。
Come to think of it, why do you have those ingredients here? That's what I asked. The fridge worked, but we had only used it to chill bottled drinks during renovation work.
ああ、それみそらちゃんだと思う。
Huh? Chihaya put her hands together and issued that apology.
お昼にお好み焼き作るんだって。先に食材を置きたいって言われて、前に家の鍵を貸したの。
See, that's where the eggs and cabbage came from? Wait, she loaned Mizora the key? Would that mean Mizora climbed the edges to come into the house?
やっぱりそうなるよね。
Chihaya's apology was starting to make more sense.
門が開けられないの忘れてて。ごめんなさい、純也。
No, it's fine. You haven't done anything wrong, Chihaya. I would give Mizora a lecture later.
お昼って今日のこと言ってんの？なら買ってこなきゃダメじゃん。そうね。あ、そうだ。
Chihaya's expression lit up like she had a burst of inspiration.
あずさも一緒にやりましょうよ。書斎の棚卸し。棚卸し？おじいさまの蔵書の中でお店に出せる本がないか調べるの。本棚を居間に運ぶのに一度本を出さなきゃでしょ。そのついで。
Individual books weren't that heavy, but a full bookcase would be far too bulky to move. So when moving a bookshelf, he had to remove all of the books first. We would just create a list of the collection at that time.
見てみないとわからないけど、おじいさまの蔵書の中に星空の部屋の手がかりが見つかるかも。星空の部屋の手がかり。星空の部屋のこともっと調べたい。私も知りたいから。おじいさまの家とあずさにどんなつながりがあるのか。
Alright. Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. I'll be right back. Let's take a break. Alright, I'm back. Oh shit! And I punched my microphone. Immediately. As one does. Hello, Yuki! Welcome back. Caught me on my break. I feel really full. Too many baked potatoes. Actually, we can see those dust particles coming through on the windows and the door here as well, can't we? Maybe I was reading too much into it. Okay. Well, man, I just wanna like that. I need to start streaming. I wonder what happens if you're playing on your PlayStation Portal. Is your PlayStation still broadcasting an image on a TV? Like, could I be lying down on the sofa, playing on the Portal, and you guys would still see the image on the TV, from the TV? Yes? Oh, interesting. That would be interesting. Then, no camera, I'd just be lying on the couch, playing on the Portal, with my microphone, commentary, but I'm lying down. And then I would fall asleep and everyone would be like, what the fuck happened? Why is he so quiet? Did you buy a Portal, Arrogance? Oh no. I got an email from Epic Games. I'm sorry, Metal. You got one? You happy with it? I have no intention to buy one, but seems like it's a bigger success than everyone expected it to be. Probably a good place to play something like Vampire Survivors. Or Final Fantasy XIV. What? That afternoon, we started sorting through our grandfather's collection of books.
いいなあ、お泊まり会。私もしたかったな。
A slumber party, huh?
私もしたかったです、お泊まり。
But, you know... After breakfast, I stopped by the supermarket to replenish ingredients before we went to pick up Misora and Aino-chan. Then I met with them out in front of Matoi Station and came back to the old estate. As soon as we got here, Misora teamed up with Aino to make the savory pancakes she was so great at. And we all enjoyed eating lunch together. Then after lunch, we set into our main event, sorting the books. We had two tasks today. Take all of the books off the shelves and look for books to leave in the cafe. My job was to pull the books off the shelves. It was manual labor and I was used to it from jobs where I helped people move. I checked and individually selected from the books that had been left on the floor. As an aside, we wouldn't be carrying the bookcases out to the living room yet. That would come after the floors had been reinforced. Okay, next, gonna leave these here. I set a bundle of hardcover books next to Misora.
ジュンニーだけずるいよ。こんな可愛い女の子2人とお泊まりしてさ。私もアズーンの卵ラブチ焼き食べたかったな。アズーンって言うなってば。あと、卵ラブチ焼きって何？私はあずさの卵焼きもみーちゃんのお好み焼きも堪能できて一番幸せ者かも。
I could have said the same applied to me, but I'd better just keep it to myself since Misora would likely be the one to whine about it. Alright, let's quit slacking and get some work done. We were only 10 minutes in before Misora seemed to get fed up.
だって難しい本ばっかなんだもん。
There definitely were a lot of complicated ones, but the bookcases in the study had a wider variety of genres than I expected. The majority were about politics or ideology, plus more about Sumisora's history and heritage. There was, however, also tons of classical literature and essay books. One thing that did surprise me was that there were a lot of puzzle and riddle books, based on what Shihaya told me. Grandfather Ojo seemed to enjoy games that made you use your head.
パズルの本はラブチだけど、文字ばっかのはいいとか悪いとかわかんないよ。
Didn't I say that at the start that you don't have to actually read what's inside? We may have been sorting them, but it wasn't as if we were outright judging the books themselves as good or bad. I couldn't exactly determine whether Sumisora City Planning, Historical Changes and Outlook, 2nd edition, was a good book either. The job we were performing at the moment was to flip through these books, make sure there weren't any personal letters or memos in them, nor anything written directly into the pages themselves. He may have passed away, but Tadamichi Ojo was a former member of Congress. It was possible something he had written and left behind while alive could cause trouble if it were unintentionally made public. Well, these were all things my old man told me anyway. I remember feeling impressed when I thought that, and realized then that you had to keep that sort of thing in mind when you are a member of high society. Just check whether there's anything stuck inside them for me. I'll look them over later too.
はーい。
It's highly dependent on your actual connection to your devices and luck, to be honest. When it's working properly, it's pretty nice. But isn't it using the local, Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just imagining you playing at home. Like, lying in bed, and your PlayStation was in the next room or in the same room. Misora responded and ran her finger down from the top along the pile of books beside her.
どれにしようかな。
She probably wanted to pick out as many of the thinner books as possible. My sister didn't know when to quit, and I would lecture her later.
神様。これラブチじゃない？
She pulled one book out of the pile. The cover in her hand had a drawing of a starry sky on its cover. Aino-chan peeked over at it from her side and smiled.
小説かな？綺麗な表紙だね。
Usually watching stuff on the PC with a TV and playing? Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that in that user case, it's working properly.
でしょでしょ？晴天の下って。
As soon as Mizura read the title out loud, Chihaya instantly ran over.
ここにあったのね。なくしたと思ってた。ちいちゃんの？
Mizura handed over the book to Chihaya, who gazed at the cover with a distant look in her eyes.
いいえ、これはおじいさまの本。
She ran her finger along beneath fair skies, the title written on the cover.
これはね、星の空の下でって読むの。素敵でしょ？
Off the starry sky. I think that's the title of the game. Between the title and cover, it gave off the air of a children's piece of literature. I've never heard of it. Is it a famous story?
どうかな？おじいさまはお友達の翻訳者さんが趣味で訳したもので、よそでは手に入らないっておっしゃってた。
The book may have been specially printed. Apparently, there used to be a culture of authors and translators gifting books they had made as a hobby.
私、この本が大好きで、小さい頃、お泊まりの旅に読み返してたの。最初のくだりが素敵でね、覚えちゃった。
Chihaya opened the art cover and pointed the book toward me. The first page had a passage with spaces between the characters, almost like a poem. There were red, green, and other colored dots beside several of the letters. What was this? What was this indeed? Once I took the book, Chihaya held her hand to her chest and softly shut her
夜
eyes.
空に浮かぶ星の大半は自ら輝くことで誰かに見つけてもらえる。けれど中には光を発することのできない星もある。真っ暗な空に隠れて誰にも気づかれないような星が。それは他の誰かに照らしてもらって初めて光り輝くことができる。私はここにいるんだよと精一杯きらめくために。輝き方を忘れた星は自分を照らすかけがえのない存在に寄り添い続ける。どう？ちーちゃん、ラブチーボイス。ありがとう。ちゃんと覚えてて安心した。素敵でした。どんなお話なんですか？ある姉妹が星を探しに行く物語なの。二人のためだけに輝いてくれる星。そんな星が浮かんでいる星空を探していろんな場所を旅していって。けれどどの星空の下にも人が住んでいて、星はその人たちを輝かせている。だから二人のためだけに輝いてくれる星はなかなか見つからないの。
Well, yeah, I bet so.
順に静かに。
Yusara out their pointer finger and pressed it to my lips.
薄いなこと言わないの。
I'm sorry.
二人はどうなるんですか？最後はね、姉妹はお互いがお互いを輝かせる星だったんだって気づくの。
Now I get it. It was an alternate version of the blue bird of happiness.
二人は家に帰って部屋の天井に旅で見てきた星空をペンキで描くの。
This is all too connected.
星空の天井を見ながら眠りについておしまい。かわいいお話ですね。
Where's Azusa?
だね、読みたいかも。
In contrast to the amused high schoolers, Azusa looked like she didn't quite accept it. What's wrong?
私もこの話知ってる。子供園にあって何度も読んだから。
Isn't this similar to the Starry Sky room you mentioned?
そうかも。どうだろう。
Azusa stared straight at the book. It probably wouldn't be great to overthink this either. Let's just assume for now that this may be a clue. Let's keep going with our search.
わかった。
When Chihaya handed me the book, I posed a question that had been on my mind. By the way, what do these marks mean?
マークって？
Chihaya inquisitively tilted her head and I handed her the open book. See the dots beside the characters?
何これ？こんなの私知らない。
Huh?
何どうしたの？マークって何
Misa and the others were trying to peek from the side, so Chihaya squatted down and held it open so everyone could see.
点が打ってある。
Azusa spied over from beside me as well.
コーヒーが飛び散ったとかじゃない？私よくやるよ。
She would wipe that up right away.
でも赤とか緑の点もあるよ。赤はトマトジュースで、緑は青汁。
Misa, stop thinking about drinks.
青と紫もある。私が読んでいた時にはこんなのなかったと思う。あったら気がつくよね。
True enough. Considering I noticed the second we opened this up.
ああ、そっか。これきっとおじいさまのパズルね。懐かしい。パズル？おじいさまはパズルを作るのが得意で、子供の頃遊びに来るたびに作ったパズルを私にくれたの。
You know what game would be great on the PlayStation Portal? This. So you can read on the bed.
パズルの答えは大抵場所になっててね。玄関とか庭の木とか、その場所に行くと次のパズルが置いてあるわけ。そうやってパズルをどんどん解いていくと、最後はお菓子が置いてあるの。最後まで解いたご褒美ね。おじいさまはニコニコしながら見てて楽しかったな。
Wonder if that means there will be candy there if we solve this.
どうかな。もしあってもとっくに傷んでるよね。それにしてもこの本が私のお気に入りだっておじいさまは知ってたはずなのに。ペンで書き込むなんてちょっとひどいよね。パズルを解けばお菓子が見つかるわけ？ラブチじゃん。
Caesar, were you listening to what she just told us?
いいじゃん、パズル解こうよ。
You're just sick of sorting books, aren't you?
順にラブチじゃないな。ちーちゃんのおじいちゃんが残したメッセージだよ。解読してあげたいと思わないの？
This girl's brain only kicked into overdrive when she wanted to slack off.
ちーちゃんはどうなの？パズル解きたくない？気になるのは確かだけど。
Guess it's about time for a break anyway. Why don't we all think it through together?
私も考えたいです。いいんじゃない？それくらい。みんながそう言うなら、私もちょっと気になるし。
With that, we decided to set in on the puzzle left behind by the homeowner. These dots correspond to the letters, right?
そうだと思う。同じ色で2個点がついてる文字もある。点が打ってあるのは全部で14文字ね。
Yeah. I can't solve this on my own, though. As much as I've been trying to solve the mystery of the game, this one is too much.
青色の点だけ多いよね。こっちも青じゃん。違うよ、そら。そっちは青色だけど、こっちは藍色。え、そうなの？ほんとだ、ちょっと違う。青色、藍色、赤、黄、オレンジ、紫、緑。
When Asusa listed the colors in order, I recognized the rule to the code. We were overcomplicating this. This is a puzzle Chihaya would have solved as a child.
そうだけど。
And there's no doubt. These are the 7 colors of the rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. Can't we just list the letters in the order of the colors of the rainbow? Look, like this. I opened the notepad app on my phone and listed out the letters one by one.
赤は2個あるよ。点が1個の文字はこで、点2個はだ。
Why don't we try from the ones with 1 dot to start? Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. When we arrange the letters in this order... Rector... Rector, what does that mean? I thought we had it, but maybe not quite.
待って。
Yaya lifted her head and pointed at the entryway to the study.
もしかしてあれじゃない？
There was a coat rack that had been in use for quite some time.
コート掛け。そうだよ。ちーちゃんラブチ。純也さん、続きは？
The high school girls were impressively hyped up, but Chihaya and Asusa also looked a bit excited. There are also 7 letters with 2 dots.
これも虹の順番に並べてみる。
Let's try it. What came out of that was as follows. Rector needle left. Rector net left. Rector left. It really had formed a convincing sentence. What did it mean?
やってみるのが早いじゃん。
Lisa sprang to her feet and leapt the coat rack with both hands.
みーちゃん。せーの。
Lisa enthusiastically tried to turn the coat rack, but it didn't budge.
あれ？動かない。それ床に固定してあるの。小学校の頃 私が倒して怪我したことがあって危ないからって。なんだ、そっか。
Misara pulled her arms back and instead wrapped them around Aino.
なーにそら。良いではないか、良いではないか。休憩もしたし、作業に戻りましょうか。はーい。
I just so happened to rest both of my hands on the arm of the coat rack. I got the feeling something would happen too. It seemed awfully interesting.
ねえ、作業に戻ってだって。
Yeah, got it. I turned around when Asusa called when... Huh? The arm of the coat rack I was holding onto snapped off in my hand. Huh?
順に、人様んちの家具壊しちゃダメでしょ。
I didn't mean to put so much force into it. Asusa suddenly shouted and pointed toward the coat rack. What is this? I could see something peculiar where the handle had once been. Isn't this a knob?
そう見える。
It was clearly a switch tied to the handle. We're finding a secret passage. I had no idea why this was here, but we wouldn't have noticed it unless I broke said arm. I had no idea, but this turns to the left, doesn't it?
そっか。
Did you know about this?
初めて見た。でもおじいさまは手先が器用で、こういう仕掛けを作るのも好きだった。家具に仕込まれてるのは初めて見たけど。
Can I turn it? Chihaya nodded back at me with a serious expression.
お願い。
I grabbed the knob and slowly turned it to the left. With a quiet sound, the knob rotated 180 degrees. That's the final question in Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Everyone cautiously looked around and waited for something to happen. After several seconds, I was the first to speak up. Nothing's happening, huh? The tension seemed to melt away, and we all let out a small sigh of relief.
なんなの、何か起きると思うじゃん。ラブチじゃないな。だね。なんか疲れた。私もすっごいドキドキしちゃった。
Same here. Does this knob go to then?
おじいさま、途中まで作ってそのままになってたのかも。本当はつまみを回すとお菓子が出るようにするつもりだったとか。
You could see that. Aino-chan diffidently raised their hand. What's up?
今、純也さんがつまみを回した時なんですけど。
Aino-chan pointed toward the ceiling.
2階で音がしたみたいです。
We scaled the staircase together and found something that wasn't there before.
何これ?
Holy shit. One of the hallway walls opened slightly, almost like a door, revealing a narrow staircase that extended upward. This opened up when I turned the knob. I gingerly took a peek inside. There appeared to be a room up there, but it was too dark to see. It was a secret passageway hidden between the closet and hallway.
これもおじいさまが作ったということ?
I had to wonder. This stairway looked too old to be a recent addition to the estate.
ね
え. Asusa tugged on my hand.
私が立ってたのここじゃなかったっけ?
Ah, it is. Azusa stood in this exact spot with her hand up against the wall not too long ago. She had done it subconsciously and hadn't remembered doing it, but... Did you know this was here, Azusa?
わかんない。
As she said that, Azusa quietly looked up toward the darkness past the stairs. Now that we've come this far, it's obvious that what we have to do. Let's go up and take a look. The stairway was so narrow that a single person could just narrowly make it through. Worse yet, it got darker with every step.
ジュンヤ、やっぱり懐中電灯持ってきた方が。
They have phones. Don't you guys have phones? We got it, we got it. Once I made it to what was likely the very top, I ran my hand along the wall and touched a bump of some kind. Found it, the switch. Secret room. There was a room at the top of the stairs. It was a tiny organized space beneath a slanted ceiling. A sofa, a desk, and a telescope placed on a rug. It had a thin layer of dust but didn't seem especially old. The room was warm and had the sort of characteristic smell that suggested no one had used it for quite some time. I called out down the stairs. It's an attic. It should be safe to come up.
こんな場所があったなんて。
The three of them were in awe, and they proceeded to survey the room with a mystified look in their eyes.
ねえねえ、ジュニー、これ窓じゃない？
My sister was the same as ever. There was a handle on the slanted ceiling past where the telescope was pointed.
開けて開けて。
Hold on a second. Took a look out the window and noticed the tiled roof extended in all directions. It probably blended in with the roof while the window was shut. Did you know this was here? Chihaya shook her head.
知らなかった。多分お父様もご存知ないと思う。
He even pulled out those blueprints and told us there were no secret passageways. Chihaya softly touched the telescope.
これは見覚えがあるような、ないような。
There were several star-related items in the room. Not just the telescope, but also posters, globes, and even a few astronomy-related books. Maybe this is a room meant for stargazing.
これ。
User appointed. There was an envelope left on the desk. I looked over at Chihaya and she nodded slightly and took the envelope. There's a piece of stationery inside the envelope. She opened it up and Chihaya's eyes went wide.
読むね。ここを見つけたのは千早とルナのどちらだろうか。ここを見つけたのは千早とルナのどちらだろうか。何にせよ二人のどちらかだろう。知っているのは亡き妻以外にはお前たちだけなのだから。一緒に暮らしていた時、ここは二人のお気に入りの遊び場だった。この部屋は好きに使ってほしい。天体望遠鏡も使えるはずだ。ただ忠康にはこの部屋を秘密にしてもらえるとありがたい。あいつのポケットマネーをちょろまかして改装費用を捻出したのでね。二人が共に鍵を探し出し、二人で共に星空にたどり着くよう願っている。北条忠道。はい。
Chihaya let out a small breath, returned the letter to the envelope, and placed it back down on the desk.
素敵なおじい様ですね。茶目っ気もあって。かわいいおじいちゃんだよね。ラブチマックス。ありがとう。 私も大好きだった。私とあずさがこの家で一緒に暮らしていたのは確かみたいね。そう、みたい。覚えてないけど、ごめん。私もまだ思い出せない。ごめんなさい。
Hey, you'll remember a little at a time.
そうね。正直、昨日からいろんなことがありすぎて、頭がこんがらがってる。今日はここまでにして、蔵書の整理は次回終わらせましょう。みんな、それでいいかな。
Nobody was opposed and began to head back downstairs, with Chihaya leading the way. I headed further in to shut the window. I passed by Azusa on my way to the stairs when I heard her talk to herself.
ここが星空の部屋なの。
I went in the opposite direction of the others, when it was time to leave the old estate. And once everyone was outside, I shut the gate from inside and climbed out over the edges. I was used to it now, but it wasn't like I particularly enjoyed hopping over the edges. Hopefully, we could get that replacement key soon. The black car rounded the corner and eased to a stop in front of us. Hiro-san got out from the driver's seat.
シゲトさん、どうしてこちらに？
先生が千早さんの様子を見たいとおっしゃってね。
お父様が？
Hiro-san opened the rear door and Ojo-san gradually made his way out. Oh no. He's gonna see Asusa.
頑張っているようだな、千早。
もちろんです。喫茶店は必ず成功させますから。
Ojo-san ignored his daughter to peer up at the old estate through the gate.
へんてこな家だろう。持ち主が変人だったからな。
変人だなんて、おじいさまに失礼ですよ。確かに変わった家ですけど。
何か面白いものでも見つかったかね。
Chihaya blinked incessantly, then smiled.
昔の思い出ならたくさん見つかりました。
We had a discussion about the attic with Chihaya and decided to keep it a secret, just like the letter had asked. At the time, the overall sentiment was to be accomplices to a playful little prank. I doubted that Ojo-san's question was directed at that room, but it had been startling just given the timing. Even so, I wasn't all that surprised when Chihaya deflected her father's question with ease.
そうか。今日はもう終わりなのか。一緒に帰るか。純也君たちも。
Ojo-san turned to us, saw Asusa, and stopped mid-sentence. I knew it!
ああ、お父様は初めてお会いになりますね。こちらは。
英子。
What? He said while staring at Asusa. Only Asusa went stiff.
いや、英子のわけがない。年が、しかし。
Eiko? Who was that?
あんた、何なの？英子の知り合い。
Asusa took a rigid tone with Ojo-san. It had that same heart-piercing ring to it, like when we first met. That's her mom? Ojo-san continued staring down at Asusa and remained silent, which made it even more difficult to tell what he was thinking about. He had an affair with her mom when she looked just like her. Thinking back, I didn't believe I had ever seen Ojo-san openly emote like this before. That may just have been what politicians were like. Asusa, who is Eiko? Asusa was a bit hesitant, but she answered.
私の母親。
Huh?
何？ 母親だと。
Ojo-san reacted to Asusa's whisper.
そうか。君はルナなんだな。
It wasn't just Chihaya. Everyone who knew Asusa's real name gasped.
ルナ先生、何を
Hiro-san appeared bewildered.
ルナ。目元が英子によく似ている。
Ojo-san's expression quickly softened. It was almost like how one would relax when surrounded by family.
大きくなったな。覚えていないか、私のことを。
Asusa shouted, almost as if she were trying to snuff out what Ojo-san said. Almost like she was afraid to hear what he would say next.
あんたは何なの？
驚くのも無理はない、ルナ。
ルナって呼ぶな！私は里見あずさなんだ！
What about it, Throne? Ah, yeah, I noticed it. It's one of those, I'm probably not getting. Or you're finishing the chapter like this?
私を覚えていないか、ルナ。お前の。
やめろ！ルナって呼ぶな！私は里見あずさなんだ！
He looked so menacing that Ojo-san held back what he was about to say next. What was he going to say? There was a long, awkward silence, and no one knew what to do.
帰る。
Asusa,
一人でいいから！
I wanted to follow after her, but my body was frozen in place. It was a clear
ファイ
rejection.
ト遅れちゃうから。さよなら。
We were all at a loss for words and were unsure of what to do now that Asusa was gone. The first one to take action amid all that was Kido-san.
先生、お時間もありますし、今日はこれで失礼しましょう。
ああ。
千早さんも乗ってください。
シゲトさん、私は。
I'm so stuck in this food coma that I can barely do anything beyond staring blankly into space. I just want to lay down, man. I feel like I just want to lay down. Playing this game today is torture. Playing games today is torture. To lay down. When I took a break, I laid down for a bit. I don't know if I should drink water, if that's gonna make it worse. Ugh. I was thinking about turning on AA, but the thought of reading right now makes me want to die. Yeah. I understand. Come to bed. Warm it up for me.
さあ、こちらへ。
Kino-san smiled politely, and in a way that wouldn't take no for an answer, and guided Chihaya to sit down in the passenger's seat. What the fuck?
純也くん、
Kino-san approached me rather than climb into the driver's seat.
私もまだ状況がつかめてるとは言い難いが、ひとまず今日のことは他言無用で頼む。記録も残さないように。先生には立場というものがある。
He disregarded my reply and continued his thought.
ことによっては先生だけではなく北条家全体に問題が及ぶ。分かってほしい。
Kino-san leaned in close and quietly headed.
千早さんを守りたいだろ。
Huh?
僕は君を信じる。頼んだよ。妹さんたちにも言い含めておくように。
I'll send you some videos later. For reference? Absolutely. Once the car was out of sight, Misara regained their composure and quickly sprung into action.
空気重かった。窒息しちゃうかと思った。私、怖くてちょっとだけ泣いちゃった。千早さんのお父さん、あずささんとどういう関係なのかな。そんなの決まってるでしょ。やっぱり男ってさ、男だよね。
She gave that vague reply, but it was clear what she was trying to say. I agree! The Hub is a good educational selection on the topic? I'm not familiar.
純也さん、千早さんとあずささんは。
Aino-chan looked quite worried when she turned to face me. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Probably sisters. I'm glad we're all assuming this. It's not just me, the player. Every character is assuming this. We can all be on the same page. Even if it's not spelled out clearly yet. Well, everything points to it, but you know how anime characters sometimes are. Someone needs to actually say it until they, oh, wow, guess that's true. That night, I received the message over a choco while I was cooling off from a warm bath. I'm sorry for getting you involved in my family's drama. I'm going to take some time off from school until everything settles down. You also don't need to worry about renovating the old estate anymore. Huh? We can discuss how much I owe you for materials, labor, and the cancellation fee another time. I truly am sorry. Bye. What's going on? That's weird. That's especially weird. Monday. As my afternoon lectures were over, all that's left was to go home. I had no real plans. My feet happened to lead me to the cafeteria for whatever reason. Not here, huh? When are you going to take time off from school? Also, we could temporarily pause the renovation instead of canceling it outright. Can we meet somewhere tomorrow? She left me on red, huh? I hadn't seen Chihaya or Inata yet today. I didn't have any lectures in common with either of them on Mondays, so I'd have a better chance of running into them in the cafeteria. Well, Chihaya may have been taking the day off. I thought Hinata would be here, though.
こんな純也珍しいわね。
May as well go home. My messages weren't getting through to Chihaya. My messages were left unread and calls had gone unanswered. That didn't necessarily mean anything. She had never responded to me that frequently anyway. We only talked as much as we did recently because of the renovations. Maybe I should try visiting her at home? Well, what should I say to her? Why are you taking time off from school? Why are you canceling the renovation? Why did you say goodbye to me? It was definitely related to what happened yesterday. More accurately, that was the only possible explanation.
私を覚えていないか、ルナ。お前の。
やめろ！ルナって呼ぶな！私は里見あずさなんだ！
Chihaya and Azusa are sisters. Of course I was surprised. However, I wasn't especially bewildered by it. Albeit vaguely, I honestly had considered that something like that may have been true. I had. Azusa had once lived at the old estate. If Azusa was related to the Ojos, then I could accept that. Actually, setting whether I could accept it aside, it did at least seem natural to me. And I was certain Azusa had a different mother from Chihaya.
先生には立場というものがある。ことによっては先生だけではなく北条家全体に問題が及ぶ。分かってほしい。千早さんを守りたいだろ。
Protect Chihaya. That's just proved how big of a problem this was for a politician like Tadayasu Hojo. And I could tell as much without Kido-san spelling it out. Better give it up. I would give up on going to her house for today. Better just wait for her to respond. Couldn't afford to cause problems for Chihaya after all. No, this is an excuse, isn't it? Tadaima. Oh no. I hope Cyan is not looking. I knew it. I'm sorry, Cyan. I'm so sorry. You really do love these things. Why are they always slurping on something? That's Cyan's line. These are signaled over to the lounge suite with the Apiko still in her mouth. You're being unprofessional. Wait. Who should stand up from the sofa but Hinata?
こんにちは、純也さん。今お時間よろしいですか？
I let Hinata sit on the bed once we came into the room, and I sat cross-legged on the floor.
失礼します。
Since you went out of your way to visit me at home, I'd assumed this wasn't something we could talk about on campus?
はい。今朝北条家で千早様からお話を伺いました。家の問題が落ち着くまで大学はお休みされるそうです。
It's a running gag, even though David won't say that it is. I think a gag, it has to be funny. Or at least try to be funny. Like, I can definitely see a gag that tries to be funny but isn't. You think they think it's funny? I don't think they think it's funny. I don't think it's played for funny. I got the same message. She asked me to discontinue the renovation as well. Why do they keep doing it? I mean, why do they have glasses? Because that's the way the author characterizes the characters. That doesn't mean it's a joke. I don't know, I don't feel like it is a joke. Like it's played for laughs. I would definitely say if I thought it was, and it just failed miserably at being funny. Having glasses is normal, always sucking on something is not. That was the worst attempt to explain away something I've ever seen. Yeah, and I think it's normal for them. Like, I don't know, L is always eating sweets, and the teacher in Onegai Teacher is always eating pochi. It is what it is. It's young people shit. Get in the car for leaving. Hinata briefly looked down and met my gaze once more. When you say family troubles, I assume it's about Asusa.
はい。あずささんは千早様の異母姉妹なのだそうです。
I don't even know what that is. I think it's a head on the toilet. That's all I know. To hear this again made my heart quake.
昨日の夜、おじさまから詳しい話を聞いたそうです。私はそれを純也さんに伝えてほしいとお願いされました。
That's the extent of my knowledge as well. Yeah, but like I don't know if it's a video, if it's like if it's the image. Yeah, like is it a mod? I don't know. I don't know where it's from. I don't know how it was born. And I hope I will never know. I think it's a meme, but I saw a PSN game the other week. Yes, really? I believe you. PSN, always getting the good stuff. How do you write it? Oh well. Already two of them. Oh boy. Ash. That's what this should be. Ash. It looks better than a game I got the other day. It's Earth Defense Force. Hey, Earth Defense Force is great. What? Oh yeah, you mentioned this game, didn't you? Where did you hear about this? Playstack Limited. What's it about? Sequel to Case of the Golden Idol? Okay. Oh, is that the one I said looked like, Yeah, I didn't like the art of it. I didn't shit all over the game. I didn't like the art. It's different. I'm sure it's better than Veilguard. We get some weird things on PlayStation, don't we? Is this a remake or a sequel? Remake. Oh. So happy we now have 1000 TCG sim games to do battle with the 1000 shopping sim games. Yeah, and the 1000 Survivor games. What the hell is this? This looks like KOF. Cubite. Oh. So it is a ripoff of KOF. There's another Cubic game? Is it from the same series? Webnetic. I don't know if it is. What matters here is Phantom Brave. Also have 100 chained together ripoffs and only up ripoffs. Just never ends. Starting to see at least a dozen games per week released with obvious AI cover art. It's about to get a whole lot worse. Yeah. Yeah, like Skydiver's Paradise. Clearly AI trash. Gems Rush. TCG Card Shop Master. But I don't know the original TCG game, so... Is this a puzzle game? Well, at least the art is nice. Probably AI too. The Fine Art of Murder. You should buy this game, guys. It's I made it. It's my life story. Yeah. Some games have nice looking cover arts, but then even the game is still shit. I know Melty is playing this. The little weeb. I got a code for this one. And they are so good at it. No, Melty was a schmuck gamer. No, that game is a survival game. Survivor game. When I say that, it's a clone, it's like a Vampire Survivor game. Yeah. That Raiden game is a Vampire Survivor. You just show to shoot 'em up? You're not crazy, you just didn't understand it. Look at it again, and you'll understand what I mean. Look at the ship and the weapon and the four things flying around it. This isn't how Raiden looks, right? Yeah, you got it. Okay. It's like you will like Cyan called it a twin stick shooter, but the moment you know they turned the shmup into a garlic-like, yep, whatever that means. I also played one spaceship game that was a Vampire Survivor clone. And I liked it. It was the first I played that before Vampire Survivors, and I liked it a lot. So I do think the gameplay is nice. Yep, there he is. The little AI that could. Even has AI as a profile picture. But yeah, I was saying I got a code for this hunt and fight. Great job from them. They gave me a non-valid code. Little potato can't even reach the counter. Oh. One day, maybe. Yeah, what was the name? Not to be mean, but the images you showed a moment ago would be an instant delete for me anyway. The images I showed? Oh, from that particular game? I don't know. I guess, I need to let go of the notion that if it's on PlayStation, there's a slight, quality control. There clearly is not. And clearly I have had Looked Like Jake Survival been there than that edition 149. Yeah, I don't mind playing an hour of that and showing it and leveling up in the website. The idea is that I am, like, good enough to get some paid stuff, and then I'm not. Then I can start refusing shit. I've refused shit already that was offered, but it was all PC stuff. If it's PC stuff, I refuse it. If it's PlayStation stuff, I accept. But I played a game the other day that you probably weren't here. That I can tell you objectively was the worst game I have ever played. I wrote a dev asking about a broken trophy and they said they can't fix it. They sent me a PC code. For what game? What game? Ambris? I don't know what that is. The thing is, hello Yuki, I am. Usually break is 10 minutes or something like that. Dude, this is the worst game I have ever played. And the thing is, you only really understand how bad it is if you see it in movement. Like, does it look bad? Does it look bad? It's much worse than it looks. Look at the animation, at the non-animation. I've never played anything this bad. It looks very bad. It is. It is. I got a code for this, and I played it, and I was like, alright, I'm gonna put as much effort into this stream as they put into this game, so we're playing something else. Yeah. Like, I have definitely discovered games that I really like by accepting codes, and I've definitely discovered games that I think do not deserve to even exist by accepting codes. It is what it is. You just woke up. Interesting. What's your time zone? But yeah, like, I can think of, Euphoria 2, or Hebekere 2. I had no idea that game even existed. Super cute, loved that game. Bridge Curse. I didn't know that game existed. Really liked it. Like, great horror. The store needs quality control council. Hire me and David. He can rubber stamp all the Wii VMs and I'll rubber stamp everything that's good. Yeah, look, I really have no problem. I would have no problem playing 1 hour of every game and being like, nope, this is shit. I mean, some games don't even get an hour, definitely. That game got 15 minutes out of me and I was like, okay. I'm just playing this because I feel like I should, and so then I'm out. No. I'm even surprised, like, what kind of... "50% of what's on the store I don't even need to put up, I just need the screenshots to reject them." Yeah, I mean, with that game, absolutely. But I think the screenshots do not do justice to how bad it is. Because seeing it in movement... Like, looking at the screenshots, I thought, oh, this is probably like the one I played like a few days before, Zombie Town. Which was simple, but it wasn't actively bad, you know? It's just a simple game. But, like, it wasn't... I don't know how to explain it. It's not something that I would ever recommend, but it was doing what it wanted to do. Like that Santa game, it just feels like there's nothing there. Nothing. Not a single thing I can point to that would be a saving grace. Philippines. Philippines waking up at this hour when I should be asleep, but I'm not. But yeah, the store has so much crap. I'm sorry, but this is the PlayStation Store. You're welcome to put it on itch.io. It doesn't belong on the PSN. We pay premium. Someone should be gatekeeping the trash. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of games I don't have a problem with. Like, I know that my bar would be lower than some people's bars. Because, for example, I do not have a problem with a comic, like a comic book game, like some of the ones I played last week. That are just like 30 minutes, you read a comic and it's done. Sure, whatever, fine. Because what is there is competent, and it's doing something, it's done, and it's done well. Even if it's doing something simple. Like, it's just a comic. You're reading a comic on your PlayStation. Fine. I'm okay with it. And I know that's considered shovelware. But I don't have a problem with it. As long as it works fine, as long as if the art is good, it's not like AI art, it's not ripping anyone off, it doesn't have any clear translation bullshit. Fine, I'm fine with it. But when you're clearly putting out trash, you just ruled out 50% of the story with just those rules? Yeah, what I'm saying is, like, you probably would say, no, I don't want this, right? With those comic book games. And I do not have a problem with that kind of stuff. But, when you're just putting out bland trash, if it's AI art, if it's like assets from the default Epic store, from like default assets from the Unreal Engine, fuck off. Yeah. The last one you played, the weird crypto one? The crypto one that I played? Which one? Meta Man. Ah, no, that was fine. I thought that was kind of hilarious. We got jumping sushi and 500 other food iterations. I'm not going to worry about a comic book game. Yeah. Click the cat. Click the cup. Click the dog. Germany quiz. England quiz. Sweden quiz. Yeah, that's the most shit. By the way, Creepy Tale, I really liked it. I never even heard of it. Time Traveler's Guide to Past Delicacies. One of the worst games I've ever seen. Have you come across the Zillion games? I don't think so. We release like 5 per week, they're all one-button games most of the time. There's not even a screenshot of the game. Maybe not. It's pure under deluge of garbage. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah. So Sony really needs to get some quality control here. And yeah, I really don't mind trying things and giving different games a chance and stuff like that, but some stuff really just deserves to be eclipsed. In this, thank you for agreeing with me, Anna. In my list right now, Time Traveler's Guide to Past Delicacies. I was very curious about this game when I saw some screenshots. But I played it, and I'm like, yeah, this does not deserve to exist. Make a real game. This one is awful. Really. But it has some live action puppet things that I thought was interesting. And it reminded me of the puppets in Control. And I was like, okay, I'm interested. Let me get this game. Awful game. Because the gameplay part is barely controllable. By the way, Lifeless Moon got trophies finally added. Like, I played this July 20. And it was added to my list last week. Good job. But yeah, this game, Euphoria, great game. Great Metroidvania. Loved it. Super cute. Love that that yarn art style that from the Yoshi and the Kirby yarn games. It's a perfect example. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're a dev and can't even be bothered to upload your trophies, then you shouldn't be allowed on the store. Yeah, I agree. No trophies, no game. Like, even the bunny games, they are extremely simple, but they work. You know what I mean? They're extremely simple. They are kind of shovelware, but they work. Some of these games, like, you're playing them and you're like, fuck this. What was that other game at some point that I was commenting that to skip a line, I had to click it twice every single time? What the fuck? Yeah, there we go. Santa's Monster Shootout. What a game. I mean, it's not a game. Not even a game. Also, Silk. I was curious about Silk. I felt like it was one of the most underwhelming things I've played in a long time. Your trophy list gives me Agita. I'm sorry. Still want to go back to Squirrel with a Gun. To the Moon does not have a plant, but I can't 100% it. I tried. Slay the Princess, I recommend. Where are you missing one? the trophy I'm missing. Get 95% or higher rating in the Whack-A-Mole Carnival game. And no, hitting one and waiting it out does not do it. Does not give me 100%. I tried. So I recommend Slay the Princess. If you like Doki Doki, if you like Stanley Parable, I absolutely recommend Slay the Princess. Yeah, Zombie Town is the one I meant. I thought the Santa game would be like this, but yeah, no. Like, this game, it's a bad game, but at least it works. I love the Wanderer, too. I thought it was really neat. 3 playthroughs, though. I could do without the 3 playthroughs. Damn. Look at six PS3 games in a row. That's giving Throw more Agita. And only one of them is 100%. Man. Well, you are the anti-throw. I have 50% completion rate. How much do you have? 96.39. That is what it is. I do try a lot of shit, but I like to think it clearly isn't true because Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But I like to think that when I'm not having fun, I can move on. Just like I moved on from Genshin, and eventually from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think that's more important than the 100% completion, even though I like it. But holy shit, I do have a hard time moving on sometimes. We all got our sicknesses. It's true. Addict with a needle hanging out of their arm. See, I can quit. At least I try. It doesn't always work for the best, but I do try to quit. And there are many games that I want to go back to. Not Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and not Genshin Impact. Definitely try. The times you persist perplex me the most. Yeah, sometimes I feel like it's a bump and I'll go back to having fun, or it'll be done, or something like that. I also don't want to be someone that quits at the first sign of adversity, right? But I definitely don't want to be having a bad time and showing you all a bad time as well, right? Like, if I'm having fun with something you don't like, that's something. But if I'm not having fun with something you don't like, then why the fuck is it happening? Most lists / games aren't made well enough for me to ever care. Yeah, but there's some games that I would like to have a plat for, or that I would like to play more of. Like, I always think that I want to play more of the Resident Evil games. God knows how much I've played those games already, and there's always more that I want to do in them. More playthroughs, more challenges, something. Like, I've dabbled with the idea of playing Bloodborne again in black and white for ages. Just because I can and want to. Did you get all the Resident Evil plats already? I have 3 Resident Evil plats. I have 2 remake, 3 remake, and 5. Oh no. Exactly. Exactly. Those games are so fun. I'd love to play more of them. But at some point I'm like, do I need to move on? Like, even this game, like, when I finish this route, I don't know if I'm playing all the routes on stream. Because it does take a while. And I know it's not the most engaging thing to be watched. Like, I'm having a good time, but I know the visual novel is quite the it's quite a different beast for a viewing audience, and we can have all the conversation about like the Japanese audio and stuff. It's not even an option here. The only option would be mute everyone and just me reading them all. But even still, I don't know if that would be more engaging for anyone. Because I do think that the voice acting is a big part of the appeal. At least for me it is. But am I enjoying this game? Hell yes. Am I playing the other routes? Hell yes. Am I playing the other routes on stream? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think when we hit a game over, I think when we hit an ending, I might like try to get the true route of that ending, of that, like, go all the way with one girl, but then probably that's it. So want to see how the Psychopass VN we got shakes out? Just never gonna do it? Yeah, okay. So I need to do it. Got it. I still need to watch that anime. Go all the way with one girl. I did that on purpose. Yeah. It may not look like it, but I do try to strike some kind of a balance. But yeah, nothing will ever be perfect, but I think I also need to give myself a break on that regard. Like, there will always be a game I'm not playing, and I'm okay with it. Whatever game I'm playing, there will always be a better game that I am not playing. Or a more interesting game that I'm not playing. Even if I'm playing the best game ever, maybe it's not as interesting for chat. There are a lot of better games I'm not playing. Exactly. It's fine. As long as we're having fun right now, it's fine. Foam Stars disagrees. I would play more Foam Stars. I definitely would have 100% a Foam Stars trophy list if I could find matches on one of the playlists. One of the playlists that requires trophies required to be played. You just can't get a match there. I think, like, they rotate hourly, and when it's that one, everyone goes into another game mode. So they avoid that playlist like the plague. I haven't even played it. I don't know if it's... I don't know why. So I tend to go off genre, easier to tier them out on what's worth playing. One game that I think often that... Oh, maybe I should go back and platinum this game. But also because I clearly am misremembering the difficulty of that game. Of the challenges in that game. But it's Transistor. Because I often listen to the soundtrack, and that makes me want to play it. But if I think about it, I seem to remember that those challenges were extremely hard. And that's why I didn't really even try. Transistor was always a more entertaining thought than game to you? I don't know. Redheads, fuck 'em. Oh, I didn't know you worked in Hollywood, Melty. Someone, force-feed pills to Anna. But I think Foam Stars was actually fun. I had fun with it. I just... for a multiplayer game. Also, like, I really was super surprised that Throw was like, fuck that game, the Control co-op game, because it looks so cool to me. And we've played other co-op games before. I know it's not it's not what I want for a sequel to Control, but it looks aggressively mad to me as well. I don't even think Throw watched the trailer. I think I like those types of games, and I like doing the co-op with you guys, and like every single choice is zombies, and that one is different, and it feels different. It felt different watching it, and I thought it looks kind of cool. I was going to do co-op shooter or anything, there's so many more options. Yeah, but they're mostly zombies. Or Payday. And I like Payday as well. And I like World War Z, and I love playing it with you and Melty. It was so fun. Melty especially was one of the best players I've ever seen in a game like that. Really just mean Helldivers? Okay. Good times, I know. I was very happy when Melty joined us for World War Z. Reminds me of when JJ joined us for Destiny 1. Yeah. Those were the days. I still would have played more Destiny 1, but arrogance eventually bailed. But when Throw joined Friend for Ghost? You mean when Throw waited for us to play Ghost? Definitely waited. Two-man raids. I didn't want to do the raids. I just wanted to finish off the like all the content except the raids, I guess. I think probably one more day and we would have finished off the content. Also Division 1. Clearly happening still one day. Used to saw the Nightfall Weekly back in the day. Last year. Yeah, maybe I like the Control universe more than normal, but that FTC Firebreak looked really cool to me. It's kind of a Bioshock co-op, you know? Well, anyway, I think I've been not playing the game for like an hour, haven't I? First person is hard, so it's not for me as long as I don't get motion sick. She apparently heard more of the particulars from her father yesterday night. I was asked to pass the information along to you, Junior-san. Did Chihaya ask you to? Hinata nodded slightly.
ジュニアさんがきっと心配してくれているからって。
If you were to sum up everything Hinata told me, it went something roughly like this. When Chihaya was 5 years old, a young woman brought a little girl with her to the Ojo residence. This woman set the girl, who was tinier than Chihaya, down by the front door and said this. This girl Luna is my and Tadayasu's child. Please take care of her until I can get Tadayasu-san to acknowledge her as his own. Then proceeded to leave the little girl behind. When Ojo-san got home, he saw the girl left on his doorstep and admitted to having an affair. Luna had been born 3 years prior. Around that time, Ojo-san was in the middle of running for his first election, with a flurry of people running in and out of the Ojo residence. Chihaya's mom left Sumisara to stay at her parents' home together with Chihaya, who had just turned 1, so that she wouldn't impede his election activities. Ojo-san's affair had happened during their absence. The news rocked Chihaya's mother to her core, resulting in a mental breakdown and returning to her parents' home to recover. Back in Sumisara, many wondered who would take care of Chihaya and Luna. Chihaya's mom was in no condition to care for them, and Ojo-san had his hands full with the election. Ojo-san knew the press would have a field day if word got out about Luna, so he relied on his family for help. That was when their grandfather, Tadamichi Ojo-san, took both of his granddaughters into his care. Tadamichi-san had lost his job on suspicions of corruption, handed over the constituency to his son Ojo-san, and led a reclusive life at the old estate to keep out of the public eye. Part of the reason he had taken in Chihaya and Luna was apparently as atonement for the disgrace he had brought to the Ojo family name. Well, at least he didn't have an affair. This was after Chihaya and Luna came to live at the old estate, and they got along quite well. However, that lifestyle came to an abrupt end a year later. After an extended absence, Ojo-san returned to the old estate and brought Luna's mother along with him. That was when Ojo-san told his father, Tadamichi-san, "My wife has recovered from her illness and will be returning to Sumisora. This woman will be taking Luna in. I'll pay 10 years' worth of child support payments in advance. In exchange, I will not acknowledge Luna as my own, and you will never get involved with the Ojo family ever again." Tadamichi-san pushed back and asked, "Are you really capable of something so irresponsible?" But the woman took the sleeping Luna in her arms and snatched her away with her.
あずささんがいなくなってから、千早様は毎日大泣きされていたそうです。無理もないです。ずっと一緒だった妹が突然姿を消して、しかも大人たちは理由を説明できないんですから。そんな千早様がいたたまれなくて、おじい様がぬいぐるみをプレゼントしたんだそうです。
Stuffed animal, that's funny.
ええ。幼い千早様はご自身の心を守るために自ら記憶を書き換えてしまったのでしょう。旧宅でいつも一緒にいたのは最初からこのぬいぐるみだったんだと。やがておばさまが住空に戻られ、千早様も北条家に帰られました。そして今に至るというわけです。おじさまは約束通り養育費を振り込み、以降は連絡を絶ったそうです。なのであずささんが養護施設に預けられていたことも、今日まで住空に住んでいたことさえ知らなかったそうです。私がお聞きした話はこれで全部です。
What Hinata told me didn't differ much from what I'd already guessed. I was having a hard time wrapping my head around this happening to a close friend. What about Chihaya? How's she doing?
とても憔悴されているように見えました。ただ父親の不貞の事実よりもご自身に向けて怒っているようでした。あずささんと暮らした日々を今日まで忘れていたこと、それが千早様にはとてもショックだったようです。
That does sound like her.
そうですね。とても千早様らしいです。
Does not remembering your memories from 3 years old count as amnesia? No, right? Thanks for coming. I appreciate it.
どういたしまして。どうせ千早様に連絡を取るべきか朝から悩んでいたのでしょ。
Guess we all have amnesia then? Yeah, I don't think it counts as amnesia. He was right, but I may as well be stubborn about it for now. Why do you think that?
帰ってきた時、道に迷った子供みたいな顔してましたから、純也さん。
What sort of face was that?
少しは落ち着きましたか？
Yeah, thanks for keeping me in the loop.
お気になさらず。これは私なりの罪滅ぼしのつもりです。千早様と純也さんには大変なご迷惑をおかけしましたから。
Trouble for me and Chihaya? What are you talking about, Hinata?
千早様も似たようなことをおっしゃってました。エビーの件でリノベを台無しにしようとしたことです。
Nah, that's behind us now, though.
千早様もおっしゃってました。それ。はあ。本当にお二人は似ていらっしゃいますね。
I wonder about that.
お互い無自覚なところもね。まあいいです。そうだ、千早様から預かっていたものが。
Hinata opened up her purse and took out a paper
住
bag.
宅にお忘れだったそうですよ。
The paper bag was from the bookstore out in front of the station. The bag was taped shut, so I wasn't sure what was inside. But just going by the feel, I would guess there was a magazine inside. I forgot something? Had I forgotten something at the old estate? I couldn't recall.
渡されただけなので、美空さんかもしれませんね。
That was very
で
possible.
は、失礼いたします。
Sure, see you later. I set the paper bag on the table and laid down on the sofa. Did brother know? The ceiling, of course, wasn't going to answer me. Oh, right, Asusa. I shut up on reflex. I have to tell her. Tell her what? What and how should I tell Asusa? Still, Asusa had a right to know. For now, I should head over. I hadn't finished sorting out my feelings, but I rushed out of Suigendo regardless. When I reached her apartment, I spotted Azusa coming down the stairs. Azusa,
何しに来たの？
I have something I want to tell you.
聞きたくない。バイトだから。
Wait, it's important. Ozu-san is...
聞きたくないって言ったでしょ。
Azusa shouted and turned away from
待
me.
ってごめん。何の話なのか大体わかる。でも聞きたくないから。
Azusa. Azusa sighed with resignation.
あのね、いい？
She fished a finger at me.
もしもだよ。もしもの話だけど。もしも父親が誰か分かったら。そしたら気持ちを決めなきゃいけなくなるでしょ。
Choose how to feel.
受け入れるのか、目をそらすのか、怒るのか、悲しむのか、向かい合うのか、逃げるのか、他にもいろいろあるかもだけど、ちゃんと決めないと気持ちがぐちゃぐちゃのままになっちゃう。それは嫌なの。だから今は聞きたくない、知りたくない。しっかり準備してからじゃないと嫌なの。いつか分かっちゃうかもとは思ってたけど、こんな突然なのは反則。こんなのなんかずるい。不意打ちすぎ、準備できてない。だからその話はしばらく私にしないで。お願い。いい？
I felt like an absolute moron. It was only natural that Azusa figured out Oju-san was her father. She didn't want to deal with it and left without saying another word. It wasn't that she was incapable of controlling her emotions and ran away. She hadn't been able to control herself. If she hadn't been able to control herself, she wouldn't have been able to leave quietly. Despite all of this, I had gone out of my way to come here and do something uncalled for. It wasn't that I felt like an idiot. I was an idiot. Sorry, I was being inconsiderate.
謝る必要ない。別に怒ってないし。あんたこそ大丈夫なの？
I was bored by that sudden odd question. What do you mean, okay?
顔なんか幽霊みたい。
I hadn't noticed.
あんたってさ、周りの人のことはよく気づくのに自分を大事にしなさすぎ。あんたにはさ、ちょっとだけ感謝してるんだ。見つけてくれたから。屋根裏部屋。
Did that mean there was the Starry Sky room? Did it jog your memory?
そういうわけじゃないけど。でも高谷も調べてたんでしょ、あの家。ならきっとそうなんだよ。あそこが星空の部屋なんだと思う。
How did Takaya find out about it? The way she spoke wasn't entirely articulate. I was sure that wasn't how she truly felt. Knowing that she was trying to cheer me up only made it even more painful.
あんたは高谷の仕事を最後まで終わらせてくれた。だから感謝してる。
Azusa,
仕事代は払わないからね。あんたが勝手にやったことなんだから。なんだっけ、あ、そう、迷惑料だから。とにかくあんたには感謝してる。ほんのちょっとだけ。でもしばらくはほっといて。ルサックにも来ないで。私の方が余裕がないから。ごめん。星空の部屋は見つかったから、あんたの仕事はおしまい。それじゃあね。
I mean, I do want to keep being your friend. Dusk had come, and Bachidori was packed with shoppers and students on their way back from club meetings. As for me, I was seated on a bench alongside the street and simply people watching. Where's the sin? I mean, she was conceived out of wedlock through an affair. Is that not a sin? I hadn't felt like going straight home. I was pathetic. The renovation Chihaya commissioned me for had been discontinued, and Asusa didn't want to see me. We were all getting along so well up until a short time ago, and now we had all gone our separate ways. Where did I go wrong? What should I have done differently? I thought it over long and hard after saying goodbye to Asusa, but I was coming up empty. This only happened because Asusa and Ojo-san accidentally ran into each other after all. You could say a disastrous accident had happened by pure coincidence. Still, I'd often wondered if Asusa had some sort of connection to the Ojo family. If that were true, then shouldn't I have been more careful? If I had been more cautious, then maybe I could have avoided this entire mess? I couldn't help but feel that way. I was the one who had introduced Asusa to Chihaya in the first place. I had dragged her into the renovation work, and I was the one who asked her to search for the Starry's room with me. Both seemed like they would be positive experiences for her. The truth of the matter, though, was that they hadn't been. Wasn't it simply out of idle curiosity that I wanted to find the connection between Asusa and the Ojo family? Wasn't it to see my brother's job through to the end? Hadn't that led to everyone going their separate ways? One criticism after another came to mind, and I couldn't think of any reason why I should stand up from this bench. What should I do? It wasn't looking like I'd be able to talk to Chihaya or Asusa anytime soon. It wasn't. Is all I can do to wait? I had upset two different women, but was powerless to fix it. Talk about pathetic. Brother. The same phrase always popped into my head whenever I was backed into a corner. I'm sure my brother would have done a better job.
Oi.
Huh? I lifted my head to find my old man standing in front of me. I guess. Dad pointed his thumb in the direction of the setting sun. We headed south. down the street that led to Hachiman Shrine, then finally arrived at the Shonan coast. The way the sunset dyed the sky and ocean was nothing short of beautiful, and there were a handful of tourists watching both with fascination again today. This was an everyday sight for locals, but it was rare for me to come here with Dad. I couldn't remember the last time I was here. Dad had come down all the way to the beach and was gazing at the sunset without saying much at all. I was sure he had something he wanted to say to me, but I couldn't imagine what that might be. I had enough on my plate as it was, but my old man was clueless to all of it. There was no reason he would know either. Or maybe there was. You know.
Huh? なんだ?
Am I really that easy to read? Did I look like I was in rough shape back on that bench?
おう、自覚はあったのか。
Not even remotely, but I appear to have guessed correctly. I was told the same thing by friends today, 2 of them actually.
どうせ千早様に連絡を取るべきか朝から悩んでいたのでしょ。帰ってきた時道に迷った子供みたいな顔してましたから、純也さん。あんたこそ大丈夫なの？顔なんか幽霊みたい。
いい友達だ。往来でよ。水源堂の社員があんな顔してたら噂になっちまうからな。
Sorry.
どうした？仕事か？日報は普通だったけどな。
I had been turning in daily reports during the renovation, although it would come as no surprise that I hadn't written about Asusa. Yeah. Went to tell him had... Went to tell him had worried me ever since this morning, but it appeared now was the time. The renovation job was cancelled. I'm sorry.
そうか。
I had thought he would either be mad or ask me the reason why. His response was so plain.
それで、お前はどうなんだ?
How does it leave me? I'm free now, so you can stick me on a job anytime if you have one. I was so focused on the renovation job that I didn't have anything else lined up. Lounging around at home would only make me feel worse, and throwing myself into another job would likely be a greater distraction.
あのな、そうじゃねえよ。リノベのことを聞いてる。
Like I said, that job's been cancelled.
キャンセルしたのはお客さんだろ。お前はどうなんだと聞いている。
Isn't that the same thing? The client cancelled, so the job is over.
分かってねえな。
As he said it, Dad looked kind of amused. I was the opposite, irritated. What the...
お客さんが仕事するわけじゃねえだろ。仕事をするのはお前だ。
Isn't that a given?
そうだ。だから、お前が納得したかどうかを聞いてんだよ。
I didn't understand what he was getting at, and that only fueled my irritation more. Whether I'm satisfied is completely irrelevant.
まあ、それは、そうだけどな。
Guys, I just remembered I have ice cream in the fridge. Well, time for a break. Not yet. What the heck?
けどな、納得せずに終わると、その仕事はくすぶるぞ。お前の中で。
Masters?
ああ。特に俺たちみたいな雇われは、終わった仕事に後からどうこうできないだろ。
Right, but isn't that fine if the client is satisfied?
違う。仕事をするのは俺たちだ。客が納得しても、お前が納得してないなら仕事は終わらない。そして、お前の中でくすぶる。ずっとな。
What does that mean? What do you suggest I do then? Should I follow through to the end even though the job's been cancelled?
違う。お客さんの意向を無視しろってことじゃない。向こうにも事情があるだろうさ。それに仕事がいつでも完璧に終わるわけでもない。俺の中で今もくすぶってるやつはいくらでもある。
Then
これは心の持ちようの話だ。どんな仕事でも自分の中でケリをつけておかないとなかなか切り替えられないんだ。
I could vaguely see what Dad was trying to
リ
say.
ノベの仕事がお前の中でケリがついてるんなら別に構わないけどよ。そうじゃねえんだろ。
He nailed it. It was at this very moment that I realized he was completely right. I'd wanted to see this job through until the very end. I couldn't accept the fact that I no longer had that option. That was how I felt deep down.
何にせよ後悔しないようにしろ。俺に言えるのはそれだけだ。
How did you know that? That I hadn't accepted or settled it?
あ？さっき言っただろ。往来であんな顔してたんだ。お前暴れ馬みたいでよ。通る人がビビってたぜ。
Runaway horse.
このままじゃ終わらせねえ。絶対人暴れしてやるって目つきしててよ。危なっかしいから頭冷やしに海に来させたんだろうが。
I was really making that sort of face? Here I thought I must have looked depressed and so pathetic I could die. I thought Dad had found fault in me letting our regular customers around town see me look that way. But it had actually been the opposite. I still had plenty of drive to spare in my heart. Me and my heart weren't around, about to let things end this way. It felt like I had gotten a bit of my stride back.
お、調子が戻ったな。
I guess I really am easy to read. On the way home, Dad stopped in place at the crosswalk in front of Risak.
町内会長さんとこ寄ってくから、ここでな。
Sure, thanks for today.
従業員のケアも経営者の仕事だ。すぐ戻る。夕飯残しとけよ。
I saw Dad off as he crossed the crosswalk and turned back in the direction I'd been moving. Alright. Let me go get some ice cream. It's break time! I'm back. There were 3 ice creams on my freezer. I forgot all about it. There is only 1 now. I really am ready to lie down for the day. Let's do this. The resacked location in front of Sumisara Station was as busy as ever, which meant Asusa was likely tending to customers with that sour look she always had on her face.
でもしばらくはほっといて。ルサクにも来ないで。私の方が余裕がないから。ごめん。
Later on aside, I should avoid going to see her for the time being. I was careful nobody noticed me when I passed by Risak. Just about the time I made it as far as the restaurant's entrance, the entryway door slammed open and the man in the suit seemed to retreat from inside. It was Kido-san, Ojo-san's secretary and Chihai's fiancé. Kido-san seemed to be having a dispute with an imposing-looking employee in the doorway. Rather, the imposing employee was Azusa. It looked like she had pushed him outside of the restaurant with both hands.
なあ、話を聞いてくれないか。君にとっても悪いものでは。
注文しないなら客じゃない。帰って。
Azusa shut the door firmly. She glared hard at Kido-san, then immediately locked eyes with me. Azusa retreated into the restaurant and disappeared from sight. Kido-san was standing still outside the restaurant.
直情的だな。母親の血か。時間を置いた方がいいか。
Kido-san?
やあ、純也くん。どうしてここに？
He acted like nothing happened. Having the ability to switch gears on the fly like that was probably a necessary skill to have as a politician. Just by coincidence, I was out on a walk with Dad, the company president, until a minute ago.
そうか。鷲尾さんにも最近お会いしてないな。ご挨拶したかったね。
Sure, did something happen with Azusa?
おや、恥ずかしいところを見られてしまったようだね。
As Kido-san talked, he pushed me by the waist in a natural-seeming fashion to get me to walk toward the road. Somewhere the light of the restaurant wouldn't reach, somewhere inconspicuous.
里美さんと今後についての話ができればと思ったんだが、釣れなくてね。
No, I get it. Kido-san had heard about Azusa's origins from Ojo-san. The part about her future bugged me, though. What did that mean? Does that mean Ojo-san?
ああ、いや、僕が勝手にやっていることだ。先生はご存じないよ。
He panicked and cut me short. It seemed like A bit of his true nature had shown itself.
なので、今日僕がここに来たことを黙っていてくれないかな。
Hiro-san gently leaned forward with a small smile.
借りは返す。千早さんに伝言があれば伝えるよ。先生には内緒にしておくから。
What is that supposed to mean? I have her number. Wait, my Choco messages were still marked as unread. Is Chihaya not allowed to get in touch with us? Hiro-san eyed me apologetically at my sudden bout of silence.
すまない。聞いてるものだと思っていた。先生のご命令でね、千早さんは今、外部との連絡を禁止されているんだ。
What?
スマホも先生が預かっている。しばらくの間、家からも出られないだろう。
Then why?
里美さんと会わせないためさ。先生は里美さんの存在がご自身の政治生命にどう影響するのかを考え、対応を決める必要がある。冷たいとか言わないでくれよ。本来は二度と会わないことで合意していた話なんだ。対応が決まるまでの間、無用な問題は避けたい。千早さんは里美さんと話すと言って聞かなくてね。先生が謹慎を命じたんだ。僕はそこまでしなくてもと言ったんだがね。千早さんは頭のいい人だから、先生の立場を脅かすようなことは間違ってもしないだろうし。
I agreed as far as that went.
とはいえ、千早さんがあんなことを言い出さなければ、先生も堅くなにはならなかっただろうけど。
What did Chihaya say?
すまない。話しすぎたようだ。聞かなかったことにしてほしい。なかなか先生のようにはいかないね。冷徹になりきる覚悟がないんだろうな。心配なんだ。千早さんのことも、君のことも。なんというか、応援したくなってしまう。
Hiro-san.
失礼するよ。千早さんには、君が会いたがっていたと伝えておこう。それじゃ。
Hiro-san left for the parking lot without waiting for me to reply. Although I'm sure my employer wouldn't have been so stubborn had Chihaya-san not brought that up to him. What was that supposed to mean? I came into the kitchen and Mizuna was sitting with her elbows on the dining table. How rude. I'm back.
もう遅い。冷めちゃうとこだったじゃん。ギリセーフだけど。
There was a heaping pile of Mizura's specialty dish, savory pancakes, on a huge plate in the middle of the table. Sorry, Dad said he'll be back soon too.
父さんはどうでもいい。
Pancakes for dinner? Uh-oh. No, that's awesome. Oh, was this a rebellious face? She was at that age.
順兄に元気になってほしくてお好み焼きにしたの。冷めたらラブチくない。
Me? The savory pancakes Mizura made were my favorites, but what did she mean she wanted to cheer me up?
ほら、どんどん食べて。
I grabbed Mizura's hand and stopped her as she tried to move all the savory pancakes off the platter and onto my plate. Wait, Mizura, I'm fine. I don't have a fever and I'm not especially tired either. You have no reason to be worried about me.
ラブチじゃないね、順兄。私をごまかせると思ってんの？出かけるとき死にそうな顔してたもんね。まあ、あの時よりはまだマシになってるけど。
That makes 4 people.
4人目？
Hinata, Hazusa, Dad, and now Mizura. All of them had expressed their concern for how upset I had become. I, on the other hand, had been going around in circles dealing with my own issues and hadn't realized that I made everyone else worry. It was pathetic, but also made me grateful. I really was a lucky guy. I was blessed by my family and friends. In the time since this morning when I saw the Choco message from Chihaya, I had run into and spoken with so many people. It was high time for me to try and show some nerve of my own.
何ぼーっとしてんの？冷めちゃうってば。父さんの分ならまた焼けばいいんだしさ。
Yeah, I'll eat.
素直でよろしい。はい、召し上がれ。
I would start off with a hearty meal. Couldn't work on an empty stomach, as it were. Itadakimasu. After dinner, I sprawled out in Takai's room and looked up at the ceiling. I definitely ate too much. I can relate. I was so full I couldn't move. Mizura's savory pancakes were her specialty. She used the minimum amount of flour and replaced it with a heaping helping of cabbage. They were, well, delicious. I could eat tons of them. Cabbage instead of flour. I don't know, man. It doesn't sound good. However you're trying to sell me these pancakes, game, you are failing hard. She kept piling more and more onto my plate, almost like an endless supply of wanko soba noodles, and now I was stuffed full of savory pancakes. Thanks to it, my stamina and willpower were fully replenished, and now I was ready to act. I thought you were too full to move. Where should I begin? I wanted to see my job through to the end so that I could be satisfied with it. But what was that job? My current undertaking was the old estate renovation that Chihaya had hired me for. The client, Chihaya, had cancelled the job. As of now, I wasn't in direct contact with her. If what Kido-san said was true, then she wasn't in a position where she could get in touch with me. Where should I begin? Should I start by having her rescind her cancellation? Did that mean I should think up a way to get her to resume the renovation job? That doesn't sit right with me either. Would it be right of me to persuade Chihaya, persuade my client to overturn their own decision? Dad had even said he wasn't suggesting that I ignore the customer's wishes. I might be able to talk Chihaya into changing her mind. No, I was sure she would change it. Chihaya always took other people's viewpoints into consideration, and generally accepted them. Hadn't that been what caused the recent clash with Hinata? Knowing that, was it really fair of me to try and persuade Chihaya? I wanted to know what Chihaya was thinking, at the very least. Not that I could get in touch with her. There was also one other thing that was bothering me. Did I really need to focus on the renovation right now? Everyone was scattered now that the connection between Azusa and the Ojo family had been brought to light. Would I be satisfied if I were able to successfully complete the renovation of the old estate, even in this situation? Was that the job I wanted to do? I don't think it is. There was something more important, something more fundamental. Something I wanted to do, something I had to do. Wasn't there something like that? Wasn't that what work meant to me? What in the world was it, though? A gloomy feeling washed over me, and I wasn't talking about the savory pancakes that filled me up all the way to my fingertips. I felt this murkiness further down in the depths of my heart. Deep down I had likely known what I'd want to do, what I had to do. My mind simply didn't want to face it head on, but I had to do something about this situation first. If only there were some catalyst for me to solidify my resolve. As I stayed sprawled out staring up at the ceiling, Mizora came in.
こっちいたんだ。これ、純兄のでしょ？
As soon as she said it, she chucked whatever she'd been holding on top of my face. What are you doing?
事務所に置きっぱだった。
Thing Hinata had brought me. I had completely forgotten about it. Isn't it yours? She said we'd forgotten it at the old estate.
私のじゃないよ。
Well, I didn't recognize the paperback. My initial assumption was it was something Mizora had forgotten and I never bothered to look inside. I got up and took the item out of the bag. It's a Mizora travel guidebook. It was the kind of travel guide you could find anywhere. The book was full of establishments and food options tailored to tourists and had a price tag to match. This wasn't something locals would buy and read, and of course I didn't recognize it either.
なんだ、それ屋根裏部屋にあったやつじゃん。
You know it?
うん、ちいちゃんが見つけて一緒に読んだの。これ古いじゃん、懐かしくて。
Mizora pointed at the date printed on the corner of the cover. 2010? This guidebook was from over a decade ago.
昔のガイドブックって推しの食べ物とか全然違っててレトロラブチだよね。
It didn't make much sense to me when she said something was retro or that she was love-obsessed, but I got the general gist of what she was saying. How did a guidebook from the attic wind up a lost item?
私が知るわけないじゃん。
I had no idea what was going on. Chihaya had left it with Hinata, so why give it to me? I could tell it was an old guidebook just by all the shops being featured as I flipped through its pages. It was strange how old-fashioned even the pictures of the featured dishes seemed.
ほら、足利島駅も前の形。レトロラブチマ。
Mizora pointed sternly at the page. Ashikajima Station had been overhauled last year, after a multi-year construction project finally wrapped up. The station's former motif was modeled after the Palace of the Dragon King, donning a flashy, palace-esque sort of appearance. Now that I see it, this place has changed a lot, huh? Changes themselves were definitely happening little by little every single day. But during the course of our busy everyday lives, we just accepted these small differences as ordinary. Looking back at the past like this made me realize how small, deliberate steps led to even bigger changes over time. Small changes made over time eventually added up to one big change. It was cliché to put it that way, but it was how it seemed to me. Then again, this was no time to be steeped in sentimentality. This really is just an old guidebook. I flipped through the whole guidebook, but I didn't notice anything especially egregious. There was a map folded in half included on the final page. According to the captions in the margins, the outer face was a color atlas that depicted the corresponding locations featured in the guidebook. And there was a blank map if you flipped to the inner portion. This was for you to mark with your memories. Nothing gained, huh? Why did Chihaya send this to me? I unfolded the map and spread it out as I murmured to myself. Uh-oh. There were 4 shapes drawn above the blank map that converged on the familiar shonen coastline. It was a combination of lines and circles with numbers written in various places. What is this?
何そのラブチなやつ。
What? Mizora got excited, jumped up, and suddenly raised her voice.
私にもやらせてやらせて。
Let you do what?
だってパズルの続きでしょこれ。ただみちおじいちゃんの。
A continuation of the puzzle. The shapes were imprinted but written by hand with a felt-tipped pen. Lines extended from the shapes, with each indicating one place on the map.
わかっちゃった。
Misora leaned forward and put her finger on the vertically lengthy pentagon.
この変な形の結びの木の看板じゃない？
The Trees of Union was a hot spot for dates at Ashikashima's shrine. Now that she mentioned it, I felt like the billboard there had looked like this, but also not. The lines are extending toward Ashikashima, huh?
でしょでしょ？私天才！ラブチマジーニアス！
I paid little mind to Mizora's excitement as my mind drifted elsewhere. There was more to Grandfather Hojo's puzzle. Why? We had solved the puzzle in the study and turned the knob installed in the coat hanger. That had triggered the mechanism and we went up to the hidden staircase that had appeared in the hallway. Then we had reached it, the starry sky room in that attic. The puzzle should have been solved by now. So why was there more to the puzzle? Hold on a second. If I recall, at the end of that letter,
二人が共に鍵を探し出し、二人で共に星空にたどり着くよう願っている。
help the two of you will reach the starry sky together. That essentially meant that we hadn't yet reached the starry sky. This is the rest of the puzzle.
だからさっきからそう言ってるじゃん。
The starry sky room was something separate from the attic. This puzzle was to indicate its location.
星空の部屋は見つかったから、あんたの仕事はおしまい。
She was wrong. The job to search for the starry sky room wasn't over yet. That's what Chihaya was trying to tell me when she left this guidebook with Hinata. Chihaya would do as Ojo-san told her. If he said not to leave the house, then she wouldn't. She'd handed over the phone and had even gone so far to discontinue the renovation at his insistence. She went along with whatever other people wanted and was incapable of making a decision for herself. That's just who Chihaya Ojo was. This was different though. Chihaya had decided to deliver this guidebook to me. This was Chihaya's will. She had lied and said I had forgotten this because she wanted to keep the attic a secret from Hojo-san. Chihaya knew I would decipher this message while she was locked away from the outside world. Grandfather Ojo's puzzle wasn't over yet. In order to solve the puzzle, we would naturally need to go back to the old estate. To make that happen, I had to do something about all of us being scattered. Chihaya wanted me to handle that. This was an SOS from Chihaya.
順になんか嬉しそうだね。どうしたの？
It finally makes sense.
何が？
My job. Suigendo's motto was the customer's smile is the greatest reward. The smile I wanted to see was crystal clear in my mind. The smile I wanted to see belonged to... Chihaya. Junction. Like Final Fantasy VIII? I don't know. I had spent the last several hours staring down at the map we assumed belonged to the Amichi's puzzle. Although it was easy to tell what locations were being referenced, I had yet to figure out how they correlated to the keywords appended to them. Maybe you need to visit the sites. I wanted to tell Chihaya I solved this too. Visera had thrown in the towel ages ago and went to take care of the housework. Maybe there's something that corresponds to these shapes and symbols at the actual locations? If there were, my only choice would be to visit these places in person, but it would probably take a good deal of time if I looked around aimlessly. Maybe my only real choice was to check my schedule, pick out a few days when I knew I had time off and loiter around. If I'm going to keep doing this, I would also like to make some progress preparing for the renovation too. I randomly flipped through the guidebook, wondering if there might be an article or otherwise that could act as a hint when... What's this? It was something near the seam allowance that I had overlooked before, and that it appeared to be buried deeper into the page. It was some kind of thin paper. This is one of those things you don't see much of these days. It reminded me of a sales card, an order form used by bookstores to replenish their stock using the included book title and barcode. I assumed that was what it was and casually tried to pull it out, which was when I realized it was firmly wedged inside. It didn't seem like it would come out very easily, especially when it was jammed in there so discreetly. All the same, it came out with a nice tug of my fingers. Could have just left it in there, but I had pulled it out on what was truly almost a whim. Which was why I exclaimed when I saw and understood that it was actually an old poem strip. Hey! Never imagined to find a poem strip. Why was a strip commonly used during the Star Festival or Tanabata stuck inside a book? Either way, my eyes fell on the familiar handwriting and names scrawled along the paper. The strip was in Chihaya's handwriting and included both her name and the name of her elementary school class. Did she write this during a school event? I vaguely recalled something to that effect. Chihaya's handwriting had always been pretty, and I recognized it instantly. What's more, Chihaya had always been incredibly book-smart. More than anything, though, I focused on the wish she had written. I want to be Junia's wife. Man, what was she even writing? This was irrelevant, right? She had just written and hidden this here back when we were kids. No, wait, this was weird. Why would she have hid it in this book? Also, the timeline didn't match up to when this guide was published. Then, this was something Chihaya wrote and stuck in here for me in secret. Did she put this in here on purpose before she sent it? There's no way. What would she have done if I hadn't found it? It had been quite a gamble whether I would even notice the puzzle in the guidebook to begin with. Besides, did she write this recently even though she just sent me a choco saying goodbye? Which was how you truly feel, Chihaya? Being indecisive about how she felt it sounded an awful lot like Chihaya. I guess it's the same for me. How did I feel about Chihaya? I knew that I wanted to see her smile and to treasure her. I did, of course, value her as a friend, and I believed in the bond we had cultivated over many long years. So then, what about any feelings beyond that?
お前はもう千早ちゃん専属の何でも屋だな。は?
Back when we were both still wearing uniforms, Chihaya made me help her with a research project, and an amused Takaya made that
お
comment.
前は千早ちゃん専属だって言ったの。あの子の依頼なら何でもこなしてみせるさ。何それ？やだよそんなの。そうか？俺は羨ましいけどな。いかにも何でも屋の息子らしくて。じゃあ兄貴が代わってよ。バカ。千早ちゃんにはお前しかいないの。だから専属って言ったんだ。俺が羨ましいって言ったのはさ、そんな風にできるたった一人を 俺も早く見つけられたらなって、そう感じたからだよ。
You're the idiot, Takaya. If you wanted to find someone like that, you should have survived. You should have found that one person, lived, and treasured them. What good does it do anyone to die and leave Ichihashi-san and Azusa behind? Thanks to that I realize there's someone I want to treasure. For exclusive handyman, fine, bring it on. There was no way I could accept her breaking contract with just a single goodbye text. Make me feel this way and then disappear, Chihaya. It's taken me a while to reach this point, but I don't want to lose you. I don't want someone else to take you away from me. That's when I realized just how much I loved you. Well, that's about time, I guess. Alright then. I took a seat on the empty bench and a tinge of anxiety welled up in me. This place was deserted at the best of times, with the weather and time of day making it feel all the more lonesome. Worse yet, I didn't know whether the person I called for would be willing to listen to what I had to say. What I want to talk about is pretty pointless. The person I got in touch with agreed to meet with me, though. Still, I didn't know how it would pan out until I actually saw her. Phew.
お待たせしました。
Hinata said quietly and took a seat beside me. No, you're right on time.
当然です。約束してしまいましたから。
Hinata was always punctual. If she was going to come, she would be there right on time. Figured as much. But if she hadn't, I had been riddled with anxiety, wondering what if, and I was relieved from the bottom of my heart that she had shown up. Hinata's eyes met mine.
意外に元気そうですね。
You think so? I hadn't realized I'd been doing it, but I reeled myself in all the same.
ええ、千早様とのことでもう少し落ち込んでいるものだとばかり思ってたんですけど。
Well, yeah. In reality, I was depressed. However, I realized I didn't want to feel that way anymore. A lot of people have been encouraging me to move forward one way or another, and I want to do just that.
それならいいんですけど、多分。
That really is how I feel. That, Misara, and possibly Asusa, I guess. Hiro-san, maybe not so much. I really do feel fortunate to have such great friends and acquaintances like you, Hinata.
何を言ってるんですか。
Hinata openly frowned.
私は不平不満を溜め込んだ挙句デマを飛ばすような女ですよ。
Feeling what Chihaya really had set her off. You still showed up when I asked you to, though.
それは千早様と純也さんに申し訳ないことをしたという気持ちがまだありますから。
I told you, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Chihaya said she felt the same way about it. It felt somewhat bitter for me to bring up Chihaya's name. I was happy that they had come to an understanding, but this was all hearsay through Hinata, so it wasn't like I had personally confirmed it.
そうですけど、だからって忘れたように振る舞うのも厚かましいじゃないですか。
You mean pretending like it never happened?
そういうことです。だからおとなしくやってきたんですよ。
That really wasn't what I had been trying to do. From Hinata's point of view, did it feel like I was taking advantage of the situation? I needed to be mindful of how I presented the information I wanted to share.
それで、わざわざ私を呼び出したのはどういう要件ですか？
Yeah, it might be kind of heavy though. Hinata was the most qualified person to hear about this after all. Tell me if any of this sounds annoying, okay?
どうせそんなことだろうとは思ってました。
Hinata's brows furrowed, seemingly displeased, but she remained in her seat all the same.
考えるまでもなく千早様絡みですよね。私に何をさせたいんですか？
I appreciate how quick you are in the uptake. You're a great friend.
おだててもこれ以上のリップサービスはしませんよ。運命を悟っただけなんですから。
え？
私はどうあがいても千早様と関わらずに生きていくことなんて不可能なんですよ。この前の一件で思い知りました。だったら諦めて千早様にまつわる全てを受け入れるしかないんです。ね。
Hinata was spouting up a storm. The recent incident really put a damper on her mood, or maybe she only said that out of desperation. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, it's just I'd really like to know what Chihaya is doing, and I was hoping you'd tell me.
近況というと、例えば木戸さんとの結婚式の準備がどこまで進んだかとか。
That was awfully specific information she just shared. Wait, that's not what I meant. But wait, what? They're already preparing for the ceremony?
違うんですか？純也さんが今一番知りたい、いえ、知っておくべき話ってそういうものだとばかり。
Well, it's certainly better to know than not. Hadn't paid much attention to the fact Chihaya had a fiancé until just a short while ago. This news sparked a gloomy feeling to rise in my chest. Seriously.
ちなみにそういった話は具体的にはまだ動き始めていませんよ。
That was a relief.
けれど近いうちに必ずスケジュールの調整や打ち合わせが始まるでしょうね。
Felt like my spirits had been lifted and dropped all over again. This was what it felt like to have hope, only for reality to be thrown back in your face.
それで違うというのなら純也さんが知りたいことって一体何なんですか？
Yeah, I wanted to know how Chihaya herself was doing, I guess.
はあ？千早様に関して今さら？何年幼馴染やってますっけ私たち。
Don't sound so surprised. I'm seriously at my wit's end wondering how little attention I've truly paid to Chihaya all of this time. This might be a case of there's no use crying over spilled milk, since I was starting to panic over potentially losing someone who now seemed unbelievably dazzling to me.
千早様はあなたの前では何一つ隠し事なんてしてなかったでしょ。本当に正直に思うままを態度に示してたのに。
I know, but still, I had taken advantage of that fact and had even made light of it. Talk about arrogance. Which was why I was unsure when it counted most. Bewildered even. I felt uneasy the second I couldn't see her anymore. Can't tell what she's thinking anymore, especially when she's being forced to follow her father's orders. Chihaya should have had some attachment to the old estate and the university, and yet she had given up on them so easily.
千早様がおじ様の指示に従順なのは昔からじゃないですか。
Yeah, but you know what would happen right after all this Azusa stuff came up, right? According to Inata, Chihaya was quite shocked to learn Azusa was her half-sister. I couldn't even begin to imagine how she was feeling. It would only make sense that Chihaya would want to avoid Azusa to protect herself and the Oja family, more specifically her father. If only it were that convenient, then all of this would have easily made sense and required little thought. It would explain why she was throwing away renovating the old estate and skipping out on her lectures at university, and yet kind of not. If things were the same as before, then I'm sure she would have more or less accepted it and moved on, but...
今回ばかりは違うと？
Yeah, it might just be wishful thinking though. I wanted to believe that our relationship wasn't so insignificant that she could end it with a single word. I wonder if Chihaya listened to her father's orders, since she has her own plan in mind and distanced herself from me because of it.
千早様なりの考え。
I need every bit of every information I can get my hands on, even if it's only a little. I figured you would have more opportunities to talk to her, At least more than I currently do.
それはまあ直接お会いすることもあれば父から話を聞くこともあるので。
It can be something she said, how she looked when she was talking, or whatever else. I just need to know how she's doing. Please, Hinata. I didn't hesitate to bow my head to Hinata. As long as I can't get in direct contact with Chihaya, all I can do is to rely on someone who can. You, Hinata.
純也さん、分かってます？今の言い分だとまるで千早様につきまとうストーカーですよ。
Stalking? No, that was never my intention. I whipped my head up. Was that really how this looked?
見方を変えればですけど、おじさまによって千早様と引き離された純也さんが納得できずにあがいてるなんて風に。
Oh, I see. Thought I was keeping myself in check, but maybe that is exactly what's going on when you boil it all down.
真に受けないでください。誰も本気でそんな風には思いませんって。少なくとも千早様と純也さんの関係を知っている人間なら。特に私なんて嫌と言うほど知ってますから。ええ、不本意ながら。
Unfortunately, huh? Well, maybe so. I felt bad for always dragging Hinata into our affairs.
千早様から直接話を聞きたくてもできない純也さんの不安がどれほどのものか、それもわからないほど鈍いつもりもないです。けど
It still puts you in a tough spot. That made sense. Hinata's family served the Ojos, and acting out against them would mean defying the head of the family, Tadayasu-san. Asking someone like her to leak information about Tadayasu-san's daughter meant she would be putting her position in jeopardy. It was part of the reason why I wasn't entirely sure she would show up today, even though she had previously stopped by my place at Chihaya's instruction. This was after learning about the complex feelings Hinata had built up toward Chihaya over the years. It would have been entirely out of my hands if she refused to meet with me, and I'm glad I tried.
一つ確認したいんですけど。
Sure.
それだけの話ならチョコで済みますよね。現に私は純也さんからのチョコを読んでここへ来たんですから。
Yeah, I guess so. She had a point. I could have just sent the messages, "How is Chihaya doing?" or "Fill me in," and it would have been a done deal. But, you know, I said this before, but it seemed only right I meet and bow my head to you in person when I realized what I had to say would cause you problems.
たく、どんな脅迫まがいの協力を要求されるのかと身構えてきてみれば、それだけ？とんだ拍子抜け。
Huh? Hinata seemed to have relaxed all of a sudden. What the?
だってそうでしょ。二人は今まさに引き裂かれようという危機で、こちらには負い目がある。利用しない手はないでしょ。
I mean, I do personally think what I'm asking you to do is pretty awful, you know, considering your position.
なあ、いいですよ。そこは別に。気にしなくても結構です。
What was this? Her response to this was awfully reckless.
先日のことでも分かったでしょ。私、北条家に対して絶対の忠誠を誓ってるというわけではないですから。
So she had her reservations, not just toward Chihaya as an individual, but toward the Ojo family as a whole. Even if that's true, I mean, wouldn't it cause problems between you and your dad?
別に、父は父ですから。
It was that snippy attitude again. She was telling me not to pry too deeply. Maybe there was more to the Issei family than meets the eye.
千早様の様子を純也さんに伝えるぐらいどうってことありません。友人同士のただの世間話じゃないですか。
She really must not have wanted to touch on that topic, and forced us right back to the original subject. I was grateful for the segue, though.
けど本当にそれだけでいいんですか？
What do you mean?
もっとこう直接的な行動に出ないんですか？
What do you think I'd do?
謹慎させられている千早様を強引に連れ出すとか、二人で逃避行に出るとか、いろいろあるでしょ。
No, hold on a second. That's going way too far.
いきなりじゃないですよ。ごくごく自然な流れです。
Natural. Our perceptions on the situation are much wider and deeper than the Kagami River.
なら、とわり橋を渡るぐらいの歩み寄りを見せてください。あ、そういえば純也さん、昔千早様があの橋の伝説が本物かどうか気になるとおっしゃった時、完全にスルーしましたよね。そういうところですよ、そういうところ。目の前でフラグがピキパキ折れる瞬間を見せられて、私が何度イラッとしたことか。
Event fly. Anyway, it's not like those legends are all that important. The legends were either about lovers' suicides or breaking couples up, or maybe it was the opposite and turned people into lovebirds. Which was it again?
これだから。いいですか？片や親の言いなりになって結婚を強いられ、夢も希望も絶たれた箱入り娘。一方、金も力もない、同情だけはそこそこ集めるようですけれど、とにかく何者にも慣れていないあなた。
You're merciless. I couldn't possibly clap back when everything she said was true.
身分違いの二人がここまで追い込まれたら、あとは手に手を取って旅立つのが王道というものでしょう。
What path forward even is that?
だってこのままじゃ千早様は何もかも中途半端なまま木戸さんと結婚して終わりじゃないですか。
Unfinished, huh? I'd like to talk to her about this directly, then see her request through to the end to make sure that doesn't happen.
依頼って旧宅の改装ですか？あれは千早様が取り下げたんじゃ。
I can't accept it. I stubbornly dug my heels in and kept making progress on the old estate, and there's a chance Chihaya would come to see me. It actually wasn't all that naive of a hope, especially when I knew everything would get better if we had a chance to sit down and talk. The thing was, I could make better decisions when acting on her behalf if I knew what was going on in their current state of mind, which was why I wanted Hinata to work with me.
なんだ、依頼のためですか。あくまで何でも屋として千早様の心境が知りたいと。
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I did have a little more in mind than that, actually, but wait. What the? Don't get such a sullen look on your face, Hinata. What was that about?
ようやく積極的に動いて私に頭を下げてまでの頼み事。純也さんも少しは変わったのかなと期待したんですけど、千早様と同じ。純也さんも純也さんのままですね。
What the heck? What are you trying to say? You really are against it?
嫌じゃありません。頼まれた以上はやります。やりますけど。
She was acting strangely and seemed exasperated somehow. Dissatisfied, maybe?
本当に状況をひっくり返すような賭けに打って出るとかしないんですか？
You know, what exactly were you hoping for me to accomplish here?
略奪愛とか背徳の三角関係とか、そういう刺激のあるものを。
Come on, that's so incredibly biased.
気のせいですよ。
Did Hinata seriously want Chihaya and I to run away together? That might be one option, but that was way too dicey. No matter what happens, I want more information first. I want some level of clarity to complete her request, rather than jumping into something based on a scenario I created in my head.
そんな悠長なことをしてる場合じゃないと思いますけど。千早様と純也さんですものね。行動に移すだけ、これまでに比べたらはるかにマシですか。
What sort of people do you take us for?
奥手、鈍感、似た者同士。
This childhood friend of mine was utterly merciless these days. I wonder what she's like when we date her. Oh no, I can't take you away from Chihaya-sama. I guess I was more comfortable with her acting this way than her cowering out of awareness of her crimes.
メンタルがお子様、成長してないという言い方もできますね。
Why not say we're pure of heart, or that we have a tricky relationship instead? Even during adolescence, when it was natural for boys and girls to constantly think about the other, our lives were aimless and uneventful. Thinking back on it now, I did have to agree that I was spineless, nothing to be proud of whatsoever.
千早様があれだけ露骨に態度で示していたというのに、何年も待たせた挙句、なお腰が重い男をフォローする言葉はありません。地元の名士のお嬢様だからとか、婚約者がいるからとか、理由をつけて何もしなかったただのヘタレじゃないですか、あなたは。
Now that I understood how I felt, everything she said felt like a stab to the heart. Now the pause screen only shows the girl I'm on a route with. Sleepy. I was still feeling groggy after nervously going to Minata for a favor yesterday. Or maybe it was from the excitement of starting my day off with collecting materials. The puzzle Grandfather Ojo left behind also occupied a small part of my brain. I won't be able to do anything unless I go somewhere to clear my head. As long as I was at it, I may as well check over the materials I had borrowed earlier at cafe or something. The afternoon rush should have just ended, which meant this was the perfect time to stop in for a late lunch. I was probably going to nod off as soon as I got back home though, which would mean that place is the closest. She might very well be there, but I couldn't exactly ignore her either. It was time to walk into the tiger's den.
来ないで。
She really was here, and I suddenly felt reinvigorated for it. Sorry, I just want to work quietly off in the corner.
入り浸らないで。
That didn't seem like the sort of thing you would say to a customer while serving them water and a moist towel. But it was an improvement that she was willing to talk to me. Which was when Azusa noticed the assorted documents I started spreading out along the table.
それ、改装工事の。
Yeah, it's to make that happen. There were technical books on interior construction, the fundamentals of cafe management, equipment catalogs, legal-related papers, etc., etc. I had borrowed these from the library this morning, figuring I would rework the plans in my own way, so that I could be ready to resume my work at any time. Even though I hadn't met up with Chihaya yet, who was the most important factor to this entire remodel.
まだやるんだ。
That's my plan. Although her tone was curt, I had clearly piqued their interest. That reminded me, Chihaya asked Asusa to help out with the renovation too.
なら、ごゆっくりどうぞ。
Does that mean I get her permission? She definitely found me to be a nuisance. That's... Wow. I just dragged my feet on the chair in a way that sounded like a fart for sure. Does it go through the mic? I guess a little bit. She definitely, but yeah, there was no point interfering with my work.
いらっしゃいませ。やっほー、アズーン。やっぱその制服似合ってんね。どちゃくそラブチ。
A new customer walked through the door, followed by an all too familiar voice that Azusa responded questionably to.
あれ、純也さん？
Misora and Aino-chan. I locked eyes with Aino-chan, who had noticed me looking around the restaurant.
純に？一人で何してんの？
Is it a bad thing? Well, it was a fair question. I was generally with a group of 3 when I was out and about.
寂しい兄だな。私たちなんて朝からデートだったんだから、羨ましいか？という名目で、空ってば私の勉強に付き合ってくれたんですよ。学校の図書室で。
Wow.
いや、まあ、なんていうか、たまたま？そう、たまたまですよ、たまたま。
I went to admire my sibling for her efforts, only for Misora to bashfully turn away in the opposite direction. Misora and Aino-chan really were great friends, weren't they? Chihaya, Hinata, and I often had study sessions as well. It was a given that the 3 of us would be together until just recently.
それで、そのままお茶というか、お昼にしようと。ついでに、アイヌはうちへ寄ってくって話でね。いやー、でもよかった。うちへ直行してたら、純兄とはすれ違いだった。
Oh, did you need me for something?
いいよ、私は別に。ねえ、アイヌ。私だって、その、ご挨拶ぐらいしたいっていうだけで、その。
Really? Couldn't stop thinking about Chihaya. She was the first person I thought of when anything tangentially came up. My sister and Aino-chan's enthusiasm very well may have saved me in that sense. Their relationship mirrored mine and Chihaya's in a lot of ways, and that revelation helped clear my mind.
純也さんもお勉強ですか？
Oh, this? It's not a report for university or anything, though. Aino-chan was honing in on all the different documentation I had spread out along with the menu.
じゃあ、何でも屋さんのお仕事関係ですか？にしても、めっちゃ難しそうな本ばっか。
Even Mizara was eyeing the materials, curiously. It wasn't something I had to hide, so I may as well explain. I'm thinking of resuming with the renovation on the old estate, and these will help me with that.
あれ、中止じゃなかったの？スケジュールにそう書いてあったような。
Come to think of it, maybe I had put something like that on the store's shared schedule chart. That job had been temporarily dropped after all.
ちーちゃんとなんか話したの？
No, not with her yet. For the time being, I had to wait for information on Chihaya from Hinata. This may have been a boundary I'd set for myself, but I wanted to plug away at whatever I could still do.
いや、それ順番逆じゃないの？いいの？
By wrong order, you mean I should get her approval?
当たり前でしょ？勝手に進めて大丈夫なん？順兄がやる気になったのはいいけど、ちーちゃん嫌がらない？
Do you think she'll hate me for it? I thought it would be in Chihaya's best interest.
ちょっとあんま暴走しちゃダメだよ、順兄。絶対必ずちーちゃんに相談してからにしなよ。彼女のためになんてナルオの言い訳だから、やられた方は超ドン引きするから。
Then, seriously?
マジ超マジだから。似合うと思ってとか言って自分好みのプレゼントを押し付けてきたり、勝手に連れ回して今日楽しかったでしょとか、めっちゃうざいから。
She meant that if I were to look at this from the other person's, from Chihaya's perspective, there was a chance she would say, "What did you do?" without asking me. She's right. Man, though, Misara, did you go through something rough? That was too specific for it to be purely hypothetical.
一般論ってやつ
Little sister, no, I'm even more concerned about your personal relationships.
空なら大丈夫ですよ、純也さん。こう見えてしっかりしてますから。いや待って、どう見えてるの私。
Thanks, Aino-chan. I'd appreciate it if you keep an eye on her looking forward.
見張る？守るじゃなくてですか？
I won't be asking you for way too much, Aino-chan. I'm more worried that Mizura will take self-defense to extremes.
私の方が悪いみたいになってるし。
I'd have no choice but to help Misara if some narcissist came along and started hitting on her. As her brother, especially her only living brother, it was only right. On the other hand, I was afraid she'd make someone cry without meaning to. Boys were awfully sensitive these days. There was no guarantee there wouldn't be some guy who would misinterpret Misara's friendliness and get the wrong idea. This does directly concern her. I'd better control myself and not rush things purely out of my own assumption that it would make Chihaya happy, just like Mizura had said. If I were to do that, though, Hinata would probably rush me along again later. I had already been trying to indirectly figure out the meaning behind Chihaya's messages and actions as it was. I was frustrated too. I felt impatient, wondering what was going on with Chihaya while I was stuck with my nose in a book. Why are we not visiting the places in the map?
順に？ちょっと順に。目の前にいる美少女2人をほっぽり出して何一人の世界に没頭しちゃったかな順に。純也さん、悩みが多いのかな。
This was worrisome.
ご注文はお決まりでしょうか。
Well, sorry. Wait just a second. The three of us had made too much of a commotion, and Asusa approached the table with narrowed eyes.
ごめん、アズン。とりあえずドリンクバー2つ。あ、うん。純也さんは大丈夫ですか？
I'll have the same. Also, actually, at what point did Mizura and Aino-chan decide to sit with me? It made me feel even worse for Asusa, since it meant our table was going to be a handful for a while.
ねえ、アイノ。七夕ってさ、夏の季語じゃないの？これで不正解って納得いかない。ん？ああ、当時の暦だと7月って確か。ああ、やっぱり、ほらここ、秋の始まりだから、季語としては秋なんだって。うわ、バッチリ書いてある。じゃあ何？織姫と彦星は毎年秋にならないとデートできなかったわけ？そうなるのかな。
Their conversation occasionally got derailed, but they were surprisingly diligent with their studies. What they said about coming from school to study on their own had apparently been true, and they immediately arranged their study materials along the table after they finished their lunch.
秋ってなんか寂しくない？どうせデートするなら夏海岸でとか。どうかな。織姫様たちって星空で会うわけだし。
Although they talked a lot, my sister and Aino-chan kept their voices at a reasonable level. Enough so that the voices of the older ladies who gathered here in the early afternoon to jabber carried through the restaurant more than theirs. Still though, what subject were they working on? To focus on the separated couple from Tanabata, the Star Festival of all things. It was frustrating that it reminded me of a certain someone, but I'd better keep that to myself. A chuckle from Hinata. Considering the timing, maybe it was related to Chihaya. About what we talked about, I was able to see her today and asked how she was doing, casually of course. Hinata sure did work quickly. I was grateful for that. She was seemingly the same as ever, but when I informed Chihaya-sama that you were worried about her, I told her that. Oh, but was that all? Maybe she had left out the part about me effectively probing Hinata for details. She appreciated the sentiment at the very least. Her tone was a bit formal, but she must have been worried on the inside and was likely holding herself back. Hinata-sensei, your methods and analysis skills were nasty. You're certainly dependable, though.
順に一人でニヤニヤしたり引きずってみたりキモいよ。何？ちえちゃんから待望の連絡でも来たの
？No, it's nothing major. At the very least, I now knew Chihaya wasn't outright rejecting me. If anything, she seemed concerned for me. That hadn't been Hinata's judgment, so it ought to be trustworthy. I couldn't help but wonder if she was using this as an excuse to mess with Chihaya, though. And with me, for that matter. Hinata's message only made things more confusing, though. What reason did Chihaya have to worry about me, while also keeping me at a distance? I had heard from Kido-san that it was for Azusa's sake, but this was only an initial report. It was much too soon to jump to conclusions. I didn't have enough evidence yet. Better respond to Hinata and thank her for the help. I owed her that much at the very least.
いらっしゃいませ。
There seemed to be another customer, but Azusa's voice had sounded a bit stiff.
どうも。今日はただの客ですよ。
Kido-san?
おや？純也くんじゃないか。奇遇だね。
Yeah. Did Kido-san come here to talk to Asuta again? He claimed to be an ordinary customer, but I couldn't help but be on edge at his unexpected
み
arrival.
そらちゃんたちも一緒かい。こんにちは。
こんにちは。どうも。
This Kido-san candidly approached us. I tried to tidy up and hide the materials I had out at my table with what I could only call a lackluster sentiment. It wasn't like it was anything that would get me in trouble, but maybe it was because it was connected to Chihaya. I didn't really want him to know much about what I was doing.
みんなで勉強会かな。僕は移動の合間に昼食を済ませてしまおうと思ってね。
Is that so? You must be busy.
まあね、遅い昼食ってやつさ。と、そうだ。ここで君に会えたのは運がいい。千早さんのことで君に話というか相談があるんだ。少し時間をもらえないかな。ご一緒させてくれるかい？
Sure, have a seat. I could see the sour look Mizora wore in the corner of my eye. Sorry, I couldn't ignore him now that he brought up Chihaya's name.
ご注文がお決まりになりましたらお呼びください。
Kazusa looked equally surly. Her attitude made it clear she wouldn't interact beyond what was required of her job, and immediately left after she brought us water and some moist towels.
やれやれ。そんな役回りには慣れているつもりなんだけどね。
Here appeared Kido-san, noticed and was fully aware of Azusa's attitude toward him. Maybe he actually had it rough in a lot of ways, running around and being treated like Ojo-san's errand boy.
君たちにも嫌な思いをさせてしまっていたら申し訳ない。あれもこれも先生の、ひいては千早さんのためなんだ。
Yes, I would like to think I understand. I was right, this man was Ojo-san's secretary and Chihaya's fiancé. Kido-san's position dictated he protect the Ojo family, so it was only natural that he prioritized both Ojo-san and his daughter, although I understood that concept logically and theoretically.
私たち席を外した方がいいでしょうか。
Aino-chan?
込み入ったお話をされるのであれば、私たちは聞かない方がいいのかなっ て。でもな。
Mizuru was basically openly saying, "Will Junni be alright by himself?" Thank you for being worried about me, though.
いや、いてくれて構わないよ。君たちも千早さんの友人だろう。なら聞いてもらった方がいい。
でも
千早さんが最近元気がなくてね。僕もなんとか励ましたいんだけれど、なかなかいい手が見つからないんだ。その点、純也くんや君たちなら何か妙案が浮かぶんじゃないかと思ってね。知恵を貸してほしいんだ。僕と違って幼馴染だろ。
Yeah, let her talk to her friends.
どうしましょう、純也さん。キドッチがいていいって言うんだからいいよ。ね、いいよね、純に。
Let me see. It's possible something sensitive might come up, and I would have preferred they would not be in earshot like Aino-chan offered, but with Kido-san being who he was, he took the only other free seat at the table, right next to me.
そもそも君たちに会えないのが千早さんが沈んでいる原因の一つだろうしね。
I hope that's all, anyway. Rather, there was nothing positive about her being depressed.
千早さんはよく君の名前を口にしているんだよ。会話の端々でね。思わず嫉妬してしまいそうになるぐらいさ。
Huh? He made it sound like he was joking, but his tone suggested something different from what Hinata had shared with me via text a short while ago.
おいおい、そこまで驚かないでくれ。もちろん冗談だよ。いくら僕が彼女の婚約者だからって。
Yeah, you are. Even I thought my reaction seemed rather listless, but it was possible that stemmed from wanting to focus on more pressing matters. Like Chihaya's stance on all of this, for example, there was a huge difference between what Hinata had told me and the information Kido-san just presented. According to Hinata, Chihaya had been holding herself back when my name was brought up in conversation, and yet she mentioned me constantly in front of Kido-san? Was Chihaya behaving differently depending on who she spoke with? I had to wonder. Chihaya considered Hinata an amiable childhood friend. Kido-san, on the other hand...
すまないね。君たちの友情にまで首を突っ込むつもりはないんだ。ただ、仕事柄人の機微には敏感なつもりでね。殺生のお相手が何をどう考えているのか、その場で見極める必要に迫られることも多いんだ。
Is that why Chihaya's behavior bothered you so much?
そう考えてもらいたい。千早さんのことを心配しているのは君と同じだしね。
Yes. Should I take what this guy, who was also Chihaya's fiancé, said at face value? Or maybe it really would be better for me to trust Hinata's opinion as a long-time acquaintance.
先生に叱られてからの千早さんは見ていて痛々しいほどだ。僕もね、さすがに今回の処分は厳しすぎると思っているんだ。先生の手前、なかなか言い出せずにいたんだけれど、千早さんはカゴの鳥じゃないんだ。自由に思うままに羽ばたいてこそ千早さんだ。純也君だってそう思うだろ？
Well, yes. In her case, she might be more of a kite than a bird. There was no telling where she might fly unless she was tugged by her string, namely by me or Hinata. That was a bit arrogant of me, actually. It was fun to look after her, though. Yeah, that's genuinely how I felt. At some point, having Chihaya there had become part of my daily routine.
僕は彼女の意思を尊重したいんだ。いずれは家庭に入ってもらうにしても、今はまだ千早さんの望む通りに過ごしてほしい。その環境を整えてあげるのが僕の務めだとも自負している。
Hey, Mitra, what were you about to say? That was rude, so knock it off. I knew how she felt, though. He was operating according to his own ideas while saying it was best for Chihaya. This sounded exactly like something the sort of narcissistic man Misora was talking about earlier would say. Still, I could very well have ended up doing the same thing in regards to the old estate. It was a little late now, but expressing your gratitude this way only seemed to complicate things.
なのに千早さんは先生の言うことにおとなしく従っているだろう。もちろん性格的なものもあるんだろうと理解しているけれど。
Luckily, Mizora's attitude hadn't reached Kido-san's eyes or ears. He kept prattling on in any case.
純也君、君はその点について千早さんから何か聞いていないのかい？
No, not a word. In fact, I currently can't get in contact with her whatsoever.
そうか。いや、実はね、この前は言えなかったんだが、僕の知っていることを君にも伝えるべきかどうか悩ましいところがあるんだよ。
Which is?
例えばほら、あるだろう。千早さんもショックを受けただろう、一件が。
Was this related to Azusa? How much was Kido-san going to divulge when the subject of this particular topic was under this same roof? We may have dodged the afternoon rush, but there were still customers occupying this restaurant, and I'd imagine the Ojo family considered the locals their constituents. Luckily, no one was seated near us, so there was little worry about anyone overhearing us. What's more, wasn't this the sort of subject that would cause Ojo-san nothing but problems if any rumors got out?
ここだけの話。なかなか首を縦に振らない千早さんに対して、先生が折れて条件をつけたんだ。それで彼女を納得させた。
What kind of conditions exactly? If that was true, then I couldn't possibly let this go. It wasn't the sort of thing I should have asked here, but I couldn't help myself. They had come to some sort of agreement in exchange for our obedience. Did that mean this wasn't about Asusa after all?
まず、千早さんが先生に里美さんへの謝罪をすべきではと意見したんだ。
Apologize.
出生から長年にわたる放置という非を浴び、今後彼女の生活を経済的に援助し、便宜を図り、将来的には里美さんを北条家に迎え入れること、それぐらいはして当然だと千早さんは先生に物申したんだよ。
Chihaya did that. I knew how she felt and thought that was legitimate. One thing that bugged me was, even if she said it was for someone else's sake, would that really be in the other party's best interest?
先生はカンカンさ。知ったような口を聞くなとね。けれど千早さんの言い分を結局は正しいと認められた。ただその代わりに先生は千早さんに僕との結婚を前倒しにするとおっしゃった。
I'd been far too distracted by whether Chihaya's proposal was the right thing, especially for Azusa, when he took that opening. My heart stirred from hearing something I hadn't wanted to hear. Hinata told me it would happen eventually, but this should have been settled already, although I knew it was going to happen.
先生からすれば、早く僕と結婚して家庭に入っておとなしくしていろということらしい。
I couldn't have cared less about how seemingly proud Kido-san's voice sounded just now. More than any of that, I was overwhelmed by how it felt like Chihaya would become a complete stranger to us.
旧宅の件が中止になったのも、千早さんが大学を辞めることになるのも、結婚へ向けた準備に専念しろという先生のご意向さ。君たちとの連絡も一切絶って、ね。千早さんは先生の出した条件を全て受け入れたんだ。千早さんはいわば我が身と引き換えに先生から情報を引き出したということになるね。
It was fine and well to help Azusa, but in exchange Chihaya had given up everything?
千早さんがあずささんのために？何 それちょっとひどくない？マジありえない。
I couldn't believe Chihaya had been forced to wage a fight like that on her own. Was I too late? Was I being too easygoing by seeing how things played out like Hinata suggested?
じいちゃんもなんでそんな大事なこと勝手に決めちゃうかな。相談してくれればいいのに。
里美さんの件も千早さんの結婚もいわば僕たち身内の問題だからね。他人である君たちまで巻き込んで悲しませたり苦しませたりしたくないと千早さんは考えたんじゃないかな。
だからって、でもじいちゃんの問題は私たちだって他人事じゃないしねえ、順に。
Yeah, that's what I had thought. I believed she would have come to me if something was bothering her, because that's how it had always been. She would say things like, "Hey, what should I do? Hey, Junia," but this time... What had she been trying to do by entrusting me with that puzzle? Had that poem strip with her wish written on it only been stuck in there by coincidence? Was that goodbye the only wish you expressed to me, Chihaya?
君たちの気持ちは理解できるけれど、里美さんを救う力を持っているのは先生だからね。千早さんもきっと悩んだ末に。
ちょっと何それ。
What terrible timing. Azusa happened to pass by our table and overheard what he said.
あの人が何をしたの？私は救ってなんて頼んでない。この前からあの人たちの家へ顔を出せってしつこく迫ってきたのはそれに関係あるわけ。
Azusa pressed him for an answer, but Kiro-san didn't act especially perturbed. He slowly nodded, even to her unsparing tone of voice.
千早さんはもう何も望まない。自分の分まで君に幸せになってほしいから、そういうことだよ。
望まない？何よそれ。
千早さんは大学を辞めて僕の妻になる。旧宅の改装も中止した。
中止って。でも
Azusa knew that I had been trying to resume the remodeling work only moments earlier. She turned to me bewildered, and all I could do was give her a faint nod in return. I had to say that, compared to Kiro-san, the way I nodded must have looked incredibly feeble.
それと引き換えに君には経済的な援助が行われる。北条家の娘としても迎え入れられる。
だからそれはそんなのはお断りだって言った。
君が拒否しても千早さんと先生はもうそのつもりなんだよ。君には千早さんの気持ちを無下にしないであげてほしいんだ。これは婚約者としての立場からもお願いしたい。
何それ。何なのそれは。
君に辛い暮らしをさせてしまったと先生も千早さんも責任を感じておいでなんだ。君を妹として大切に思えばこそ。
だから何なのよ。勝手なことばかり言うな。
The restaurant fell deathly silent. It wasn't just Aino-chan and Misara who eyed her worriedly. In fact, all of the other patrons heard her shout and curiously looked over at us.
私の人生を勝手に根付けしないで。他人から見れば私の人生なんてさぞ不幸の連続なんでしょうね。わかるわよ、それぐらい。私だって最低の人生だって思ってる。だけど私の人生なんだから、その価値は私が自分で決める。どんな評価だろうと他の誰かが勝手に決めるなんて冗談じゃない。上辺だけの哀れみも独りよがりな登場も自己犠牲のお恵みも私はいらない。欲しくない。そんなの迷惑。ただの自己満足じゃない。それなのにあの人は何一人で勝手に決めてるのよ。いつ私がそうしてくれって言った？
Wait, calm down. While everyone was overwhelmed and stunned motionless by Azusa's intense tirade, I stood up with so much momentum that it shocked even me and interrupted her. I couldn't accept Chihaya's behavior either, but I hope you'll at least understand how she feels. Chihaya doesn't consider you some stranger anymore.
だからって
I'm going to come out and say this. My brother definitely would have stopped you the very same way just now. What does that even matter right now? Azusa glared at me with a look so fierce it reminded me of when we had first met. But this time around I took her gaze head on. I got the feeling that I wouldn't be able to stay standing here otherwise. I won't tell you to just sit back and take it. My brother might have been able to mediate this situation, but I don't have the confidence to even try. Still, I don't want to belittle Chihaya's decisions either. It's the one thing I swore to protect. Kiro-san may have been the most important person in Chihaya's life right now. Recent events likely meant our long friendship had been lost and crushed into dust. And the goodwill Chihaya had always shown me may have faded away along with it. Even so, I wanted to make certain that Chihaya's wants and desires came true.
ひどいやつ。そこで高谷の名前を出す。
Sorry, I won't bring it up again. Shouldn't have brought it up at all. Didn't want to silence a girl with borrowed authority from my brother either. We stared at each other, only for Asusa to let out a long, exasperated sigh. She turned to all the tables out on the floor and bowed her head.
皆様、申し訳ございません。お騒がせいたしました。
There likely weren't any tables other than ours that had grasped the situation. All the same, Azusa kept her head bowed. Despite looking somewhat uncomfortable, each table gradually returned to their meal and conversations.
あずささん。
Aino-chan spoke up diffidently after a brief pause, then Azusa finally raised her head.
ごめん。ちょっと尺に触ったから。うん、しゃあない。アズンが怒るのも無理ないって。当たり前だよ。
It helped that Mizura's mediating changed the overall mood. Mizura's unconditional optimism in tense situations was one of her strong points.
それにしても、あんたさ。
It was in my imagination. Azusa was looking at me with a degree of admiration.
あの人のことになると随分自信満々に言い切るね。さすが幼馴染ってわけ。
I couldn't sigh. Then again, I wasn't entirely sure I understood how she felt. Even now, part of me may still have hope that it was true.
大丈夫じゃない。あんたが言うなら、多分あの人はそう思ってる。間違いなく。それぐらいは付き合いの短い私にもわかる。と思う。
Yeah, I see. Thanks. I'd managed to talk her down, and now I was being praised. She was likely mustering every ounce of concern she was capable of.
別にお礼を言われるために言ったわけじゃないし。ただ、あんたがあの人を大事に思ってるんだってことは伝わってきたから。その出れた。ハズンが出れた。出れてない。
Yeah, either way, it wouldn't be good for us to focus on all the doom and gloom. That brief fleck of optimism likely helped us avoid getting depressed.
やれやれ。僕はこのまま昼食を取り損ねそうだね。
This guy seemed completely unfazed. You'd never know he was the one who had sparked this whole thing. Azusa was glaring daggers at Kiro-san, her eyes practically glowing with the embers of her earlier rage, but
ご注文お決まりでしたらお伺いさせていただきます。
it appeared the professional side had kept herself in check. That was a pro for you.
ありがとう。じゃあバジルソースのチキンソテー A セットを。
She impersonally entered his order into the digital terminal she held, gave him only the reception professionally called for once again, then and went back into the back room. I don't. Weird sentence.
ところで純也くん、
Yes. He picked back up our conversation like nothing had happened. What was this guy's deal?
君が持っているその資料、ひょっとして旧宅のリノベーションで参考にするものなのかな。
He noticed. Yes, Chihaya called it off, but I couldn't quite give up on it.
いやあ、それでいいんだ。僕も応援するよ。
Is that alright? I had been positive he would be opposed and was going to stop me.
千早さんもきっと喜ぶだろう。彼女と一緒にぜひ頑張ってくれ。
Yes, but Chihaya was prohibited from making contact with any of us. Kiro-san just said that one of Ojo-san's conditions was for the renovation to be cancelled, too.
未来の妻のためだからね。大っぴらに協力はできないけれど、困ったことがあれば相談してくれ。それにこれもここだけの話なんだけれど。
Kiro-san lowered his voice. That was quite different from the way he talked before, when he acted like he didn't care that anyone else was around.
あの旧宅には宝物が埋まっているかもしれないよ。
Huh? I exclaimed with astonishment. Maybe that had been rude of me. Treasure, what do you mean by that?
言葉通りさ。もっともそれを受け継げるのは里美さんだけかもしれないけれど。
This was making even less sense to me by the second. Any Ojo family inheritance would go to Chihaya. Oh wait. I guess Azusa would be qualified now, but why would it only apply to her?
これは信頼できる猿筋から得ることのできた情報なんだ。ソースは明かせないけれど。
Right. It sounded like the sort of preface you would tag onto information that was less than credible. This was sounding sketchier by the second. Kiro-san looked awfully confident about it, though. Why was that? So I would go there and get murdered? That's where they buried their mom's body?
あの旧宅に住んでいたのは先生の養父である忠道さんだろ。その忠道さんが里美さん宛ての遺書と遺産をあの家に隠しているとしたら。
Yeah, the mysterious central figure associated with the old estate. Azusa did seem to faintly remember him, so he must have treated her quite well. So maybe that meant it was plausible he had left her an inheritance, even if it was out of sympathy?
不思議かい？解せないって顔をしているよ。
No.
気持ちはわかるよ。僕だって北条家の皆さんと親しくさせていただいているからこそ初めて納得できた部分があるからね。
Was that how it worked? It was true that Kiro-san would obviously know more facets of the Osho family than I did through his line of work.
こう言ってはなんだけれど、千早さんには黙っていても先生の財産が引き継がれるだろう。
It didn't feel great to have a discussion based around the idea of someone I knew passing on, especially when it involved property. I did understand that someday something could happen out of the blue, much like with my brother, and the family left behind would need to handle all sorts of formal, end-of-life procedures.
それに引き換え里美さんは忠道さんがご健在な頃は存在すら伏せられていたから。
It also didn't feel great to deliberately compare Chihaya and Azusa's positions in terms of inheritance either. Besides, did Tadamichi-san personally set aside money for Azusa, given her legally complicated position? Kiro-san nodded as if to say, so you do get it. Since Kiro-san wouldn't come right out and say it, I wondered if this was skirting the law. Had this been kept a secret because of nothing would go to Asusa if formal legal processes had been followed?
それにこうは考えられないかい？里美さんに自立できるだけの資産があれば 千早さんが無理をする必要はなくなると。
Ah, now I understood. Chihaya had been backed into a corner to meet her father's demands in exchange for Azusa to receive support from the Ojo family. If that were no longer true, then Chihaya would finally be free, right?
分かったようだね。
I think you're manipulating me. Seeing his complacent smile made me feel like I had totally fallen for his sales pitch. It definitely didn't feel great. You already know this much, shouldn't you have found it ages ago? Did you not look for it yourself, Kido-san?
残念ながら僕はあの家に詳しくないのでね。
Maybe it was just because Kido-san looked so natural when he shrugged. But this relatively unpleasant conversation didn't seem that shady. It would be better for me anyway, although it did match his
千
disposition.
早さんのように幼い頃から出入りしていれば何か気づくのかもしれないが。
Is that why you came to me? You wanted me to use the renovation as an excuse to search the house and to use Chihaya by extension.
君と千早さんの二人ならきっと見つけられるんじゃないかな。期待しているよ。
Right. Again, Chihaya herself was,
千早さんが望んでいるのは何も里美さんの幸せだけではないかもしれないよ、純也くん。
There's something else?
さて、それ以上は自分で考えてくれよ。僕もこれ以上敵に塩を送る趣味はないんだ。
Right?
やっぱり千早さんって泣くな愛の、まだチャンスはある。多分何しろ順には鈍感だ。泣かないし鈍感だからって何？
Anyway, a treasure, an inheritance, huh? Was that related to the puzzle Chihaya's grandfather had left behind? Even supposing that there was something like that, would it really be in Chihaya or Azusa's best interest? Right. I needed that. I'm very sleepy right now, and I need to go.
お待たせしました。
This scene isn't over yet, huh? Well, technically it is, so I'm gonna go. What save are we on? We'll literally go through 2 lines of what to do in the guide every time. Well, it's time for bed. Really do feel tired. So I'm out. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. And I'll see you tomorrow. Or I would like to say we're beating this route, but aren't we? I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe it's still taking ages. Goodbye and good night.